Doing them. I don't know how people do it.
I'd like to call the City of Marine City Commission meeting for Monday, January 16th at 7 o'clock to order. And we also will be having later on the public hearing on the purchasing ordinance, ordinance 2023-01. And now can we please have a moment of silence to send our positive thoughts and prayers to those in our community that need our support. Now, if everyone would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Get a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bryson.
Here.
Commissioner Hendrick.
Here.
Commissioner Hilfring.
Here.
Commissioner Clausen.
Here.
Commissioner Roehrig. Here. Commissioner Ross.
Here.
Mayor Van Bosch.
Here.
City Manager Chapman.
Here. And can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Support.
Okay. The only thing that I would like to add in discussion on that is that under the closed session, I had sent with the request for the commissioners to amend the agenda, a one line that just said closed session under the MCL to discuss city manager contract with possible action to follow open session. Not all of the verbiage that was used on the agenda, so I just wanted to point that out. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And now we have our presentation from our city attorney on the Freedom of Information Act.
First, I want to personally thank everyone for coming to this training. We have enhanced security by the chief. The press is here, and we're going to talk about the Freedom of Information Act for just a few minutes. But I appreciate you all being here. I have a couple extra 10 copies of this presentation, which I would pay anyone who wants to take one, starting with Mike. Just pass one down. Take and pass one down. So last month, we spent some time together talking about the Open Meetings Act. And during the Open Meetings Act training session, I told you that the Open Meeting Act is akin to the Freedom of Information Act because they both promote and actually statutorily impose an open and transparent government. The Open Meeting Act preserves in favor of the public the spoken word of the elected body, of the public body. You're the public body, the legislative body. The Open Meeting Act preserves the right of the folks in the audience to hear when you're going to deliberate and make decisions that involve city policy, city business, and city direction. The Freedom of Information Act, its companion in the statute, protects in favor of the public the written word of the public body, that being the legislative body and the city government. The Freedom of Information Act is intended to give the public access to non-exempt public records generated in the normal course and maintained in the normal course or used in the normal course of you conducting your business and the city offices conducting their business. So the two function very similar, and Michigan has taken a position, has been upheld by the courts over many, many years, that our state government promotes transparent, open local government. And those two statutes are very, very potent with respect to the spoken word and to the written word. So absent you having to read through this, which I would ask that each of you commissioners and keep as a reference guide going forward. When you look at the Freedom of Information Act, after you get through its statutory purpose, you come to learn that it's founded on defined terms. And basically, what is a person? What is a public body? What is a public record? What is a writing? What is a request? So the Freedom of Information Act allows a member of the public, say you, if you desire to see what you believe is a public record, then you can fill out a lawful request, and the burden is initially on you to fashion that request so that the document you're looking for can be reasonably described. So you pretend that your audience over here has to receive your letter and sort of be able to figure out what you're looking for. So you can't say, I hereby looking for a piece of paper, right? But you could say, I'm hereby looking for the minutes of a meeting on January something 4 years ago. And those minutes, to the extent that this legislative body and the city offices has maintained those minutes, then you're entitled to receive those minutes. Raise it up a little bit. I need one of those lapel things. So your request then would be granted, and within a certain time period, only so many business days, with an allowance for one extension, if they're having trouble locating the record, you should receive that record. And your FOIA grant, you should be granted, and you may have to pay a fee for the copy, which is driven by the statutes, to be a reasonable copy fee. What happens, though, if you are seeking a public record that falls within one of the exemptions? In other words, it's a document that the government doesn't have to give out. For example, if the police have a pending investigation going on, they don't have to give you the records while the investigation is pending. If the city is out in the process of an RFP or a bid process, they don't have to let you see everybody's bid until the date, a certain date when all the bids are due. So it wouldn't give anyone a competitive advantage. There are other records that the city maintains that are you related to this guy? That this guy may have some records that are within the city offices that have private information. Many of the exemptions protect you from being able to ask and get private information or information that, if given out to the public, could compromise somebody. So certain things in personnel records, certain things in other records the city maintains in tax records may be exempt under the different exemptions. So when you're looking through the training, I urge you to look closely at what is exempt from public disclosure and what can the city say no to. And I would ask that when you look at those, be mindful that the court construes those very narrowly, and you better be dead on right when you decide to withhold a document from a FOIA request. Because later in the manual, you're going to see that the sanctions for being wrong are significant. That if you wrongfully deny somebody access to a public record, and there's an appeal or a process that goes to court, you can be liable as a public body for penalties. You can be liable as a public body for the person's legal fees, and you can be liable in some instances for pretty severe penalties above and beyond, including a $1,000 mandatory fee back to the state of Michigan. So you have to take the issue very seriously. So how do we do that? We do that in the first instance by you having an up-to-date and valid FOIA policy and procedural set of documents on your website, which I am crafting for you right now to make sure that yours are up to date. They have to be on your website. You have to have procedures in place And then you have to have a summary of your FOIA process, written in terms that are easy to read and easily presented to the public. So if she went on your website and she was looking to do a FOIA request, she could read the summary of the process, and she could get from that summary a very easily understood procedure that she needs to follow. And then the other documents that she would use to submit the request and the other obligations of you to fulfill and honor that request are all laid out online. And they derive from the statute. Absent you having that online and available, if you're going to have a procedure, it's difficult for you to enforce your procedures if you don't have them posted and online. It's difficult for you to impose your fees. It's difficult for you to impose extensions. It's difficult for you to do a lot of things if the public isn't aware of your policies and procedures. I'm not going to give you any policy or procedure that is different than the law. And I'm going to ask that in the next couple of months that you enact those and that they be posted, and that at the same meeting you designate your FOIA coordinator, and we do that annually, so that your FOIA coordinator is in fact identified. The second thing I'll be asking you to do is to make the commission the head of the public body. We've done that already informally with some other cases where the appeals have come to you as the head of the public body. I think there's wisdom in that, and I think it'll give you opportunities over the years to hear a FOIA appeal, and it'll give you a chance to review the FOIA program when you're preparing for that appeal. So the law is laid out very specifically. Your ability to charge fees is laid out very specifically. An applicant's right to ask for the fees to be waived is laid out very specifically. And the entire process is one of steps and one of procedure. And if you follow it, FOIA should be a very friendly tool. It should be friendly to this audience. It should be easy for you to manage. There are nuances about excessive requests. There are nuances about excessive fees. I represented a community where we had it wasn't you. We had an applicant who submitted 136 FOIA requests in 167 days. And each request was for a document. And yeah, we had that document. And then the next day it was for the document right after that document. And the community said, Mr. Lawyer, what should we do? This is ridiculous. I said, respond to the FOIA requests. And so for, that 30 seconds, you're the most unpopular lawyer in the room. But if it's a valid request, submitted as a valid written request, and it seeks a public record, you respond and give the public record, right? So at some point, the community said, we're not doing this anymore. And then they got sued. Stay tuned for the outcome of that lawsuit. But the advice I will give you, if the FOIA coordinator from this community calls me and says we have a FOIA request, I'm going to say, well, let's give them the records until you tell me why we shouldn't. So any questions on FOIA? You guys have been through a few FOIA issues, so I think you're pretty knowledgeable on this. Mr. Bell, you have any questions? Did I say anything wrong? Okay. He's a local expert on FOIA, by the way, so. Right. Any questions? You know, I like to be light about the presentation. It is a very serious issue, just like the Open Meetings Act. I'm pro Open Meetings Act, and I'm very pro disclosure. So if you call me on a FOIA question, I'm telling you right now, my first answer is going to be give them the records. And then we'll look at exemptions. All right? Any questions from the commissioners? Come on, Brian.
No, I'm good.
You good? All right, we're good here. Want to thank you all coming for the FOIA presentation, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. All right, and now we're moving down to public comment. Anyone is welcome to address the city commission. Please state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address. And limit your comments to 5 minutes. The commission will not respond, but we will follow up as necessary. Go ahead, sir.
So my name is Ken Jalen. I'm with, My name is Ken Jaley. I'm a resident of 162 Gladys Street, and I'm here to just make a brief comment about the decision tonight regarding a marijuana dispensary. So I thought at first it'd be difficult to do in 5 minutes. I spent some time this morning. What you're getting is what I actually wrote, and it's what I'm going to actually read, because it leaves some of my other little extra words out of the middle, and it timed out at about 1 minute. So here I go. Approximately 3,000 years ago, a man named Jonah was told by God that he was to go to the city of Nineveh to warn the people there that their ways had become so evil that he would destroy that city and all who were in it. There were over 120,000 people there at the time. In recent days, I was told by God, no, I didn't hear an audible voice, but I was moved in my heart to be here tonight because he told me to. Okay, so to warn you that God is not pleased that a marijuana dispensary is even being considered for Marine City. So my first reaction was that I don't want to go, God. Don't send me there. I'm more one of those guys to just sit on the sideline and hope that things don't get too bad around me. That's not working anymore. I'm done with that. So I asked myself, all right, if not me, then who? And if not now, then when? It's time. In just my lifetime, I've watched our society, our country, our state, a large number of our cities, townships, and municipalities giving in to many unacceptable changes for no good reason other than to follow the few that have their own way. I ask that the officers tonight, and I think I mentioned council, but your commissioners, forgive me for that. I ask this body of decision makers tonight to consider this question: is this really something that will be good for our children, our grandchildren, our society in general? Or is this a matter of selfish interest by whatever parties it takes to promote it? I personally have prayed for the decision makers for this group of people tonight, that God will lead them and according to his will, that the right thing will come out of here. So consider what was stated to justify casinos in Michigan as well as other places. It will create jobs. It will be great for our economy. How'd that turn out for us? Broken families, addiction, many bankruptcies, children growing up in these families affected by all this, becoming unstable. Marine City is a great city. Please, let's keep it that way. We're not that large. There's dispensaries elsewhere, local enough that those who need them, want them, should be able to get access to them. But we don't need it in such a small town. This came directly from God Almighty, not from me. So I gave you the message. Now I'm relieved of that responsibility, and I'm asking you to just consider that. Ask yourself those questions. I did not want to come here this evening to deliver this message. So now I've done it.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Moran?
This gentleman just led right into my opening comment, which, in honor of today, is all that is necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Thank you, sir. Madam Mayor, for the last 8.5 years, it's been my privilege to serve Marine City on at least 5 commissions, boards, or committees, and my honor to be asked to chair 4 of them. As chair, I've had to work closely with the city's managers to set agendas, develop information, and move projects forward. With our previous manager, I found I had frequently to push to get things done, often completing her job to get things to fruition. Case in point, I had to draft the original ordinance for the CED board myself in order to get it moved forward. I did a pretty good job too, didn't I? I've not had to do any pushing or drafting with our current city administrator. She's always on top of whatever is needed for our current projects and incredibly intuitive and proactive in finding ways to move things forward. She's actually excited about her job. Holly and her staff do an incredible job for Marine City. In fact, we have almost $1 million in grants lined up or in process for Marine City projects. Having done more than 100 employee reviews in my time, I would not hesitate to rate Holly Tatman's performance as city manager as outstanding. Then why is her job in question? It's not poor performance. It's not because she's a poor fit, for as you will hear hopefully tonight, she meshes admirably with the city staff and with the majority of the city commissioners, the previous city commissioners. Maybe the commission wants to go in another direction. What direction? Marine City is experiencing the most positive period in the last 10 years that I know about. The reason, Madam Mayor, is neither one of those, as you well know, in which the people of Marine City need to know. The reason is Lisa Hendricks' ego. And Holly Tatman will not be the first domino to fall to this ego. The clerk and the attorney are on her bad side as well. These folks will be all right, however. They're talented, and other venues will be more than happy to take advantage of their talents. It's the city itself that's going to suffer, and the people need to know this. Without Holly, the grants that we have lined up may not even be awarded. And even if they are, the planning and administration needed to implement those grants need to be in her hands, not in some interim managers. Staff morale, at an all-time high up until now, has just gone out the window. Those that weren't crying today were outraged. What competent person will step up to take Holly's job if it's vacant, knowing as he or she must the abusive and toxic workplace that's been created here? The people of the city need to know that ego, not their city's best interest, is at the helm of the commission. Mike, Bill, are you here to serve your city or to serve Lisa Hendrick in thrall to her ego? I guess we'll see tonight. I'd like to ask those of you that are here in support of Holly or in support of Marine City, just stand for a moment. Madam Mayor, we are the people of Marine City. We're paying very close attention to what happens here tonight. Thank you, Everett.
Anybody else like to speak?
My name is Louise Butel. I live at 535 North Main. I have been concerned about what has been happening here, and I wanted to understand it a little bit clearer from another side. So I talked to somebody who knew people in Lexington and asked her if she would please contact somebody and let me know how people from Lexington feel about Holly. And this morning, I found out from a lady who knows a lot of things and was very active in Lexington. Her name is Jackie Hoopenbecker, who worked closely with Holly as a volunteer in Lexington. Jackie was an assistant superintendent of schools in Croswell, Lexington, until retirement, and has sat on many committees in the village of Lexington. I spoke to her about the happenings in Marine City, and this is what she had said about Holly. Now, she said that to the person whom I talked to. Then she sent this to me from Jackie Hoopenbecker. Holly did a great job in Lexington. I worked closely with her on many projects, including the new master plan, revised zoning ordinance, design guidelines, public participation policy, RRC, and the library renovation. She always followed through and was enthusiastic. She's a good communicator. That's always a nice thing to have if you are trying to work with people. She and Kristen Cates, our village president, dismissed an employee who was causing problems for the village. He was disgruntled, and I believe he and some of his friends started a nasty Facebook page aimed at Holly and Kristen Katz. They weathered the storm of evil actors. We were very sorry to see Holly leave, but understood that her position in Marine City was much closer to her home. I'd hire her back in a minute. Now, that's what she said about it, and she lived in Lexington. And I guess that I, as a member and living here in Marine City, have been delighted with the fact that we actually are getting something done instead of just talking about it or not quite getting to where we want to be. Who has plans and who can work with people. That's always, again, a very happy thing to have. What I don't understand here is that we are looking at what Holly is doing over a microclass. What happened when we were having major problems in the city of Marine City with finances, with all kinds of things, and I never heard about it. And then we found out about it, and we had to have an expensive company come in and try to figure out our financial situation. A lot of money. How come we're focusing on somebody who's doing her job? It's very difficult to do your job sometimes when nobody will help you. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Sir?
Well, good evening, Commissioners. My name's Roland Wolkers, 519 South Elizabeth Street, 35-year resident of Marine City, 5 children raised in Marine City, graduated from Marine City High School. I'm here to talk about something that's dear, very close to me, the marijuana issue in the dispensary. I've been here in front of the Commission before in the past and have addressed the issue several times, and the board's been smart enough to pass on it. And when I saw this and heard about this, Unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm a retired guy, so I'm gone about 6 months out of the year. But I heard about this, and I wanted to make sure I had a chance to speak on this. Some of you people don't know me. I am 40 years in law enforcement. I'm the retired police chief from Shelby Township, a community of 80,000 people. Been retired for 6 years. I was a DARE officer for 4 years in Utica Community Schools. I was a school resource officer at Utica High School. I was a detective lieutenant in charge of narcotics. I was a narcotics detective. I have extensive 40 years in law enforcement, and I'm very, very concerned about this. I love Marine City. We're a bedroom community. We have so many great things going on in this town. This is absolutely the last thing that we need. I only have 5 minutes, so I can't go through all the information, all the reasons that we shouldn't be doing this. I just want to emphasize one thing. It's our kids. It's all about the kids for me. It's as simple as that. I currently work in a high school in Macomb County of 2,000 kids, and I deal with that issue on a daily basis. Familiar with the teachers and principals. Vaping with THC is one of their hugest problems. And also the edibles. Now we're talking about edibles. If you've been in any of these marijuana dispensaries, they look like candy stores. And I won't have time to go over all the statistics, but you can go on the internet and you can look at some of the issues they've had in the state of Washington and Colorado with edibles of toddlers and little kids ending up in the emergency rooms and other kinds of issues. We have no way of controlling these edibles in the high school. They can bring them in during lunch, they can have them whenever they want, and it's a serious issue. So you're going to have a dispensary open up. It's going to look like a candy store in our town for the kids to see. And it's the commission and our city giving approval for this. I mean, we know that marijuana and drugs are always going to be around. Intoxicants are always going to be an issue for a community. We just don't need to emphasize that in our community by having a drug dispensary that looks like a candy store with all kinds of edibles that can end up in Bell River Elementary School, can end up in our schools. It makes absolutely no sense. And I think if you think about it, I think you're going to agree. Your job as commissioners are to protect the community. There's nobody more vulnerable in this community than the kids. I could go into lots of other issues and talk about those things, but I really, really emphasize it's our children that you're looking at with these edibles, which is something new. You can look it up online and you can find out about it. And also the vaping with the kids who are putting THC. It's a real difficult issue. Now, law enforcement. And I want to give a shout out to our chief, and I know the chief real well. Our department is at the highest professional level it's ever been in 35 years that I've been here, and my compliments go to the chief. There's some issues for law enforcement having a dispensary here. Number one is they only deal in cash. So you can have large amounts of cash sitting in this dispensary a lot of times, which has all kinds of issues with break-ins, burglaries, armed robberies, this kind of things. Do you want people driving to Marine City to go to a dispensary, to get high and sit on our rivers in our park, and then get in a car and drive out of town? Why do we want that? Why do we need that? That makes absolutely no sense at all. I spent this week talking to all the principals of the schools in our area. I talked to some pastors. I've talked to the people I've known in the community for 35 years. Some of these people don't want to speak out publicly. They're all opposed to it. They just kind of shake their head and think, why are we even thinking about this? Is it money? Are we all about money? And if you look at the taxes, it's really not all that much money. The kind of amount of money you're going to spend trying to police the dispensary is going to more than counteract a little bit of tax money you get. Here's something else to think about. Your city attorney can tell you. Port Hurons at the appellate level in court fighting over dispensaries. You want to pay your city attorney all kinds of money to be fighting in legal courts about trying to keep a dispensary open in our fair city? It makes absolutely sense. So when you look at this, and there's going to be some material passed out by other people, go to the internet, look at the edibles, look at the kids, think about the kids in school, think about our high school, and the detrimental effect that it's going to have on those kids in our community. So I really beg you, please, make sure that you look hard at this. I will be here every meeting. I will rally the troops in the city, and I know lots of people in different organizations I've talked to. We will rally it. Believe me, it's not going to happen. It's just a question of how much political pain we want to go through for it to happen. So I think it's really important that you nip it in the bud right now and think about the kids instead of power and money. There's a lot of money people are trying to force to bring into the townships in our area with grow operations and people that want to bring in dispensaries. We don't need it. They can drive to New Baltimore, they can drive to Port Huron, wherever, and they can have their recreational marijuana. That's what the law says. I think it was a dumb law. I think a lot of money came in from out of state to push that through the state. Oh, it's okay, we got to deal with it. Thank you so much, I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Some goodies for each one of you to take?
I was hoping that was true.
And there's a packet for each one of you. Did someone pass it down?
Thank you.
And, no worries, there's no nuts. My husband and I have lived on Main Street. Catherine Warner? We've lived on Main Street since 2019. We have 7 children. We have 6 grandchildren. One of our children is married to a law enforcement officer. Marijuana facilities of any kind are not needed in Marine City because the children of Marine City do not need to be exposed to marijuana, and it's extremely dangerous. We have 3 daycares or preschools, 2 elementary schools, 1 middle school, 2 high schools within the Marine City. We have 2 playgrounds, a beach, several parks within Marine City. Any location in the city for a marijuana facility would be within a mile or so of one of these places used by children. I know there are marijuana facilities in New Baltimore and Port Huron, but those are larger areas. Marine City is just 2.5 square miles. New Baltimore is nearly 7 square miles, and Port Huron is 8. I would ask the Marine City Commission not rescind the ordinance prohibiting the marijuana facilities. The best thing you could do is collect, if you're looking for revenue, collect property taxes and utility payments that are way past due. So I enclosed in each of the packets, what you all know is the Marine City Parks. Some articles, steep increase of kids accidentally eating cannabis edibles, data shows. A document with marijuana use on the rise among young Americans, it's a study. A document from Imprimis, marijuana, mental illness and violence. A document on the war on drugs, and what they want, wants you. It's a little something my husband wrote in 1996 while he was working for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in Washington, D.C. The other thing is, there's an article in there that is an ongoing issue where a woman is suing because she can't stand the smell, the stench from marijuana coming into her yard, coming into her property. So why should we have to deal with that? Because there'll be more. So in closing, again, if we need to increase the revenue, go after the past due taxes and city utilities. On one street alone, $141,838,000 still owing in property taxes, and over $12,000 in city utilities. So let's go after those if we need the revenue. Not go after our kids.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sir?
I'll give you a copy here because you don't know me. This is a copy of my resume. Tells a little bit about me. I'm guessing the petitions would go to you as the
Clerk.
here?
Those entered into the minutes, sir?
Yes, sir. Oh, also, if you would, please pass these down. My name's Paul Yankee, Reverend Paul Yankee. I'm pastor of Living Faith Lutheran Church just up the road here. Many of you don't know me here. In Pennsylvania, everybody knew me. Just a little of my background, because I don't have very long to speak here, but that's why I put what I wanted to tell you in a report for the benefit of the commissioners making a decision here. I'm an ex-decorated police officer. I worked in one of the highest crime rate areas in the state of Michigan, sometimes going into situations where I had other officers actually tell me that they would not go in because they said, I'm not paid enough to go into those situations with you. So that gives you an idea of the area that I served in. I was a DARE officer as well, like Roland, and I taught in 5 public school systems, and I taught in 5 Lutheran school systems, some not our own. We're Missouri Synod, and some of the others were Wisconsin Synod schools as well. I have served as a firefighter. I have served in many different capacities. I was a detective as well. And like Roland, I also arrested a lot of drug dealers, and I can tell you, drug dealers don't give a rip about the people that they tear up that they're selling this garbage to. They could care less. It's all about money, people. And the money that comes in from this, you should know, is dirty money. It's considered dirty money because federally, it's still not legal. And so the banks here in Michigan won't touch all this cash that Roland mentioned that comes in. And so many times it's shipped off to Canada and then it ends up back here. I think there's a name for that. I believe the name is money laundering. I think that's the name for it. At least that's what the name used to be. I can tell you that I did an investigation of the dispensaries in New Baltimore, and what Roland told you is absolutely accurate. It's like a candy store in there. They have gummies, they have lollipops, they have brownies, they have cookies, they have candy. It's all in my report there for you as well. I investigated them, I sat and observed. I wasn't impressed. Many of them come out so happy after they get their stash that they jump in their car and go burning rubber out of there. I watched 2 people light up smoking marijuana as they left. I don't see how that's any different, people, than someone having an open container in their vehicle and drinking alcohol while they're driving. They're still under the influence of a drug. Yeah. So, you get the idea, and the rest is in my report there. I'm here speaking not for the Marine City Police Department. I'm here speaking for our children, for our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren, because I'm concerned about what kind of world we're going to leave for them. We have a youth program here at our church. I don't want a dispensary here where those kids have got to walk by that all the time. We have the Catholic school. We have all these public schools. You know, as a person who has worked with these people and as also a past, by the way, principal of a Lutheran school, I can tell you that when parents bring their kids there who have been addicted to drugs, or they have to suffer because the parents are addicted, it's not fun being on the receiving end of that and having to try to deal with these children and their problems. The best thing is to keep it right out of Marine City. And if you do anything else, what you ought to do is make it such a long distance, you know what I mean, between, you could even beef up the ordinance that you have and make it a long distance where, you know, no school or church can be within a certain distance of any dispensary or marijuana growing operation. On top of that, I will add, I've talked to a bunch of individuals who are near growing facilities, and guess what? Anybody who doesn't smoke it and is not involved, they don't want them there. They're sick of smelling it. They feel their rights are being violated, and I talk to people in this area and outside of this area, and you'll find those things in the report as well. The other thing I will tell you is, to the best of my knowledge, and I'm not perfect and I'm a sinful human being, but to the best of my knowledge, everything that I put in that report is absolute truth, and I love God's Word. I have always stood on the truth of God's Word and the 10 Commandments, and I would be willing to swear on the Bible, which I have the utmost respect for, that the information I supplied to you from my investigation and the other information in there is absolutely accurate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How y'all doing? I was going to try to email everything to the commissioners, but I couldn't find your guys' email address. But I have Bree and for the mayor and all the commissioners. I will email you this in PDF form after the meeting once I can find your email addresses. Kevin Linke. I'm not currently a resident of Marine City, but I was born and raised here. And it feels like kind of like Reefer Madness. There's a lot of older folks in here. I'm sure you guys remember the old Reefer Madness movie and all that stuff. And there's a lot of fear mongering going on. And you know, it's kind of strange to see this, you know, at this day and age about weed. And no disrespect to Mr. Wilkers, and I didn't get your name, but religion has no place in this conversation, and I understand that, and I understand that it's your religious beliefs and all that, but I don't think, you know, God created marijuana, so I mean you have to kind of, you know, square that up. Anyway, so I'm going to bring some facts here because I was here and I brought these articles back in 2010 for medical marijuana when it passed in 2008, and I was before a different commission and we talked then, and you know, they put a moratorium in place on medical marijuana, and they said we'll get to it at some point. Well, they never have. And then I have another article from, I think, 2020. You guys, the previous commission there addressed it, and they said, you know, we'll get to it. Because of the law, we're going to start talking about it. We're now 3 years into that, and nothing's happened. So now we have a whole new commission. And I think you guys have an opportunity to, you know, look at this, you know, from take the emotions out of it. Let's just look at this from, you know, a business standpoint and just a need standpoint for residents. I think one thing a lot of people don't understand in the community is part of the law that was written in is that when a municipality doesn't enact an ordinance, the residents themselves can put a ballot proposal forward to have that happen. And you only got to get 5% of voters that voted in the last governor's election. Not a big number. And if you look at the numbers that Marine City got in 2020 or in 2018, it was like over 60% of Marine City residents voted for recreational marijuana. So, I mean, the residents want it. And then I hear all these things about the smell and stuff like that. What everybody needs to understand, marijuana is here. This city and every city has a ton of marijuana. There are a ton of grows in this city and right outside this city. So, and all your residents, you know, you guys talked about driving around the community and stuff like that. The residents that are leaving here to get their weed from New Baltimore or Chesterfield, they're bringing that marijuana back here. And then they're consuming it here, and then they're doing whatever they may do with that. So, you know, it's like, this reminds me of like the Dirty Dancing movie when they wanted to ban dancing, and it was just like everyone's afraid of dancing. Like, you know, it's a lot of unfounded fears with weed. And I don't want to make it about money, but I'd like to go over some numbers. I think well, she walked away, but I think it was about $140,000 she said was you guys could get if you went after property taxes and stuff like that. What's that?
That's one street.
One street. Yeah, okay, no, that could be, yeah. And I don't know what the number is. I just was what she
Sir,
said.
direct
Sir.
your comments to the.
And so what the state has done is every marijuana license that you guys okay, you get $5,000. You can charge up to $5,000 for that. And then you'll get a percentage out of the statewide tax revenue that's brought in. And last year, and I included all this in this packet. Let me just find that. 5 minutes ain't a lot of time to talk. I think this is a conversation that maybe you guys might want to think about, you know, setting up a longer discussion about this with residents and the commission where we can have a civil discussion and kind of go back and forth and maybe assuage some fears. But, you know, last year, each municipality received $56,000 per license they had. So say you have 5 licenses, you're going to get quite a bit of money. You know, and that doubled from the year before, and it's probably going to double into next year. Those figures aren't ready yet. But just Chesterfield alone, or Macomb County, they have 6 dispensaries or micro businesses. They got $400,000 almost, nearly $400,000 in licensing fees, or in tax revenue, plus their other $5,000 for the 6, another $30,000 there. There's money in this, you know, and the money is being spent. Everybody in Marine City is going outside of Marine City to purchase their marijuana. So, you know, the city, and the marijuana is coming here, so the city should want to get a chunk of that. It's coming here anyway, so you should put something in place to make that happen. The other thing I will say, and this is what I touched on when I first started, is we can just put this to the citizens. We can put a ballot proposal together, we can go canvass the city, we can get the signatures we need, and we can put it on the ballot at your next election. And it's going to pass. It's already passed. The numbers were very clear in 2018. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak?
my name's Rod Davies. I'm at 1945 South Parker. Got a couple of different issues that I wanted to bring up. The first one is the intersection at Chartier and Parker. Eventually, that's going to have to be repaired, and I'd appreciate it if we did not put asphalt down. Those trucks that come through there all the time, you can watch it in the summer. They just keep on shifting it and shifting it. So most of that, those trucks are either for federal projects, state projects, county projects. I don't think there's too much of that trucking going on just for Marine City. So I think we get together and put a letter to the those three governing bodies and see if we can get some money from them to repair that intersection. The drain on that southwest corner is crushed down again. I mean, they fix it and then, a month later it starts crushing down again. So I'd like to see if we can get something done with that. My next one is, I know this isn't in the city, but at Chartier and Marsh, that the street light that's there, that thing's out more than it's on. And I'm sure there's a lot of Marine City residents that use that intersection. I've tried calling the county, I tried DTE, I haven't had any luck with that. So if maybe this body can direct me to who I need to talk to try and get that repaired, I would appreciate that. And then lastly, the marijuana dispensary, I'm not in favor of that. And just because the money's there and the money's coming, doesn't necessarily make it right. And if it's all about money, why are we here? I mean, everything is just money now? I hope we don't take that approach. The kids nowadays are growing up way, way, way too fast. And I know they're not going to be old enough to go in there and make these purchases, but you already hear on the news every night some kid got a hold of something that some parent left, laying around, and the kids having problems. We're making it way too easy. So I vote no for the dispensary. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
I didn't come here to talk about marijuana, but it seems to be the growing trend, so I want to tell you guys a story. My 75-year-old cancer patient mother went to Florida on vacation, and my uncle said, "Here, try these gummies. They help me sleep at night." Okay. She sends me a picture, and it says CBD, MD, and I'm like, we can get them online. I said, "Oh, no problem, Mom. They're CBD. Go ahead and order whatever you need." She comes home from Florida. Now I actually have the bottle in my hand. There's 10 milligrams of THC, Delta-9 THC, in these gummies. They really, I wake up at night and I'm messed up if I wake up in the middle of the night. So I actually went to a marijuana dispensary in Romeo over the weekend and talked to somebody to say, what is Delta-9? I have no idea. You look online, you hear bad things, you hear good things. So from what I was able to find out from the dispensary is that Delta-9 is a synthetic version of THC. You can buy it online whenever you want. So as far as kids are gonna get it, whether they want it or not, kids are gonna get it. That's just how it is. So I bought my mom gummies, but at least they were registered and tested in the state of Michigan than her buying something online. And they basically explained to me that the gummies that are being sold online with THC in them are similar to K2 that came out years ago in the gas stations. And, once your parents get so old, they're like your kids. And so now I've got to say, Mom, I don't want you buying this stuff online. I don't want you taking it. I know you give cancer and you need to sleep. But here, I went and bought you some gummies. Take a half a gummy. These are 10 milligrams, but take half of one. And at least they've gone through the proper procedures with the state of Michigan at this point. I'm not a smoker. I don't care if there's a dispensary here or not. My thing is if You know, to me, it's about the money in the city, because I want my roads fixed, which I know isn't gonna happen. We already know the roads aren't gonna get fixed. But at the same time, I also feel that we should have addressed this years ago when we put it on hold. I feel we missed the boat on the whole money thing. The market's saturated. All these marijuana dispensaries deliver now. You call up, you place your order, they come, they bring it. So what's the purpose of having one in Marine City? I don't see people from Elginak or Port Huron coming to Marine City to buy anything. Manufacturing's one thing, but I don't see an actual dispensary coming to town doing a lot of good. But whatever. That's not why I'm here tonight. The reason I'm here tonight is to talk a little bit about bullying. Over the last 4 meetings, I've watched the same person get up at this podium and bully the same people on this commission. So why can't you just say, I don't like Lisa, I don't like Kathy, I don't like Mike, I don't like Bill, and be done with it? Every single meeting, we come back here and the same people are getting picked on. In December, the December meeting, we talked about bullying and how Holly and the city workers were being bullied. Well, what about the people that come up to the commission or up to this podium and bully the commission members that can't speak up for themselves because they're sitting behind that desk? November meeting, there was a whole conversation about statistics in voting. Majority, number 1 definition, is a number or percentage equaling more than half of a total. Mike got 816 votes. That's a majority. 3,000 people did not vote. Well, shame on them. Majority rules, these are the people that we voted for. If you didn't get your person up here, then tell all your friends to come and vote. Another comment that was made at the city meeting, the city's in pretty good shape right now. You have your work cut out for you. What part of the city's in good shape? Water Street? Water Street's in great shape. We're getting parks, we're getting a marina, that's great, we got grants, and here I am back on the roads. The roads, I would rather have a gravel road than to drive down, I'm on North Elizabeth, and my name's Heather Warner, if I forgot to tell you. I would rather have a gravel road. Last summer, they came through, probably your team came down and they made all these holes in the street every so many feet, and then we filled them in with dirt, and then we filled them in with some blacktop over it and made them even worse than what they were. Man, my 5 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bill Haas, 203 Pleasant. Yeah, the marijuana thing. One thing y'all forget, marijuana people, they don't like the heroin junkies. Maybe we should start telling heroin junkies where they die at, in houses. 252 Pleasant, last summer. Across the street from the little bar a few years back.
Mr. Haas, if you
Oh,
could
yeah,
please.
talking to you guys,
Thank you.
okay. Well, maybe we should start telling, where all the junkies hang out. You know, we got, like you say, marijuana smokers, we don't like junkies. We don't like alcoholics. You know, we should close the bars too. You know, more people die with drunks than they do some guy smoking a joint, going out in his car and driving 10 miles an hour. And then, let's see, what else? We started talking with Holly there. You know, Holly, the one, she's so good, she's so great. I had to slam the city on taking, 223 Harold Street. 2 terms of mayor. 2 terms of mayor from that woman over there. Blight. I've been blight since 2018 at that house. There's no blight there, is there, until I ripped you about the decorated military veteran next door. And we got taken care of then, didn't it? This woman here is talking, yeah, here's Mr. Almost looks like
Mr. Haas?
Friends of City Hall in this place. But yeah, we got, I talk like a fool because I don't like to come up here. There's so many branches back in the day. But yeah, she came here, she's doing so good. That's why she wanted to go with the Vertons to St. Clair. Can't take care of Blight. Blight's taking care of it until I slammed it. Then Mr. Ross, what proof do you have, Mr. Haas? Oh, look at this letter there, Mr. Ross. She sent me telling me I got pictures. Good thing it was Veterans Day, or almost Veterans Day. We're going to put an upside down flag in his yard for him. But luckily, we finally got things taken care of. He sold his property, mine is gone. Like I say, I don't like coming here. You people all want to talk, like I say, dispensary, a little bit of money, yeah, y'all missed the boat. They'll deliver it. You know, we don't like heroin junkies. Let's start telling, you know, kids, rental properties. So worried about kids. We got rental properties, we don't even have inspections. People move out, they slap some paint on the walls, a little bit of bleach, a little bit of carpet shampoo. That's nice for our kids to live in. You know, that's a beautiful town. Water Street's jamming, you know. $237 for the Guy Center. That was a steal. Plus they got 25 foot. That was a steal. We're doing good in this town. Like I say, I don't like to come here. You know, I like to keep my nerves calm. But like I say, if I gotta come and talk, I will come and talk, let everybody know.
All right. Hey, anybody else like to speak? Thank you.
He always leaves a smile on my face. But anyway, what I'm up here for is to tell Holly that I definitely stand behind what you've been doing. And basically, I think the problem is that the person who wants to get rid of you is afraid of a strong woman. I think that, you know, I think that it's hard for her to get by that she doesn't run the show. And I know that she's elected, but I still say that that we need a strong city manager. And I don't know what it is that you're supposed to have done or not done, but I do know the person that's causing your issue has been doing bad things for a long time. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
What's your name, sir? Sir?
Keith Jack.
Thank you. I got it. We're good. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? All right, sure.
Quite an audience tonight. Thank you. Mike A. Richard, DPW Superintendent. I was hoping this would be a better night than tonight, but after 44 years here, I decided to call it quits. It's been a fantastic lifetime here. You people in the city are amazing. I was proud to serve for you such a long time. And it's amazing town. There's still a lot to do with it. There's still a lot to go of. This town has to be done. And I am a firm believer, and everybody can say this, it takes a team, starting at commission level, the city manager, department heads, tour employees, to make this town work. You break that team, you got nothing. And right now, the morale in the city is so low, I've never seen it like this. This needs to be fixed. It needs to be taken care of so we get a team back and keep the city moving forward. That's all I'm asking. I spent a lifetime here, and I love the city very much. Don't want to leave it, but it's time. And yes, I'm getting choked up. It's been my life. I've been very proud and privileged to work for you people and the commission. Just want to thank you all for your support, and I'm going to lose it, so I'm going to sit down.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
As a resident, taxpayer, business owner, and previous city commissioner and mayor, I implore our residents and business owners to stand up against the crooked city commissioners and mayor that are trying to terminate the best city manager Marine City has had in a long time. How do you fight against hate? How do you fight against injustice in our small community? How do you fight against personal, blatant vendettas? How do you fight against a foolish plan to completely ruin the momentum our city manager and our city employees have worked so hard to implement that will improve Marine City? I've given Marine City 5 years, served on city commission for 3, volunteered for mayor for 2. I have had to fight against the hate machine all that time. There has been a plan in place to completely control Marine City government, and that plan is being started tonight with the threat of terminating our city manager, Holly Tapman. And how it was done was pure cowardice. Last Wednesday night, Mayor Vandenbosch sent an email at 8:30 at night to our city manager to request an agenda change for tonight's meeting to include the city manager's contract with possible action. Mayor Vandenbosch never called our city manager to explain. What would you think? The city commission board has been padded with relatives and friends of Commissioner Hendricks, who never liked our city manager. In Holly's first week here as city manager, Commissioner Hendricks came to Holly's office and said, "I don't like you. I don't trust you, and it's a shame our city hired you." Imagine that being said from a city commissioner that never worked with you, never had any experience with a project with you, and never spent any time getting to know you or your work ethic. Where did this opinion come from? Ah, the reliable source of rumors and false Facebook gossip. What is the best for Marine City and its residents? 5 people sitting on this board don't care. Our city manager has done more for Marine City in 1 year than that was done in the last 5 years with our previous city manager. Our city manager has never received any disciplinary action. Our city manager has never had a written or verbal warning about job performance. Our city manager has never received an evaluation. She has far exceeded any goals the commission set for the previous city manager. Holly has an open door policy for residents. She conducts weekly departmental meetings, monthly interdepartmental meetings, so that our city departments work cohesively together. But ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter. The plan is to terminate her because she is a strong leader. It is completely retaliatory, hostile, and it's discriminatory against women in leadership roles. We have over $1 million in grant money coming to Marine City. Who's going to suddenly take over and have the knowledge to oversee these projects and disperse these funds that our city manager has been working on for months? No one. One of these grants is very important to St. Clair County. Our county commissioner, Dave Vandenbosch, was asked by the city manager to help and write a letter of support for an important grant that affects the county. He did nothing. I personally asked County Commissioner Dave Vandenbosch to give me some guidance on a couple of projects when I first became mayor. He never responded. This sinister plan to sabotage progress for our community runs deep. It's very disappointing. 2023 was gearing up to be a very fantastic year for our city. Our city finally had great leadership with Holly Tapman leading the way. The many projects planned for this year included revising the very outdated master plan, but not anymore. I personally hold Mayor Vandenbosch and Commissioners Hendricks, Roehrig, Hilfrink, and Clausen personally responsible for the implosion and fallout from their actions tonight against our city. Against our city. How can any of you possibly say that you care about your town, but work so hard against it? You only care about the people that vote for you.
All right, anybody else like to speak, please?
Before Kathy made that scene at your bar, complaining about something that, she went after Mike and she doesn't even know him.
Sir, is there anybody else who would like to speak?
Andrew Pacladinas, 713 West Boulevard. And you guys will have to forgive my rambling. I don't have anything written down. Just wanted to say a few words in support of City Manager Holly Tapman. I haven't been involved in city government very long, so I don't have any references to compare you to, but I will say that, anytime I have any questions, any issues, I can make a phone call. We set up a meeting. You're always happy to meet with me one-on-one, work through things, explain things, and I really appreciate that being new to city government. I really don't have a big frame of reference for knowledge of how to do these things. So being able to sit one-on-one, talk through things, figure out best course of action, it's really handy for me. As a member of a couple boards in town, I can always see you always have your homework in place. You're always very knowledgeable about the subjects whenever somebody comes up with a question. So I think from what I can see, my experience, I would stand by you. Whatever happens, I'm sure if we do lose you, some other city will be laughing at us and greedily taking you away. So I think we should do everything we can to retain you as city manager, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak?
Kim Turner, 361 North Main. I bought my house in 2001, and by 2002 I wanted to put up a new fence, and that's when I first had to deal with the city commission and the city manager. And needless to say, I had to deal with Michael Nagy, and he was a complete idiot. I was not impressed with the man, and ever since then, me and my husband have been pretty much involved with city politics. My husband was a commissioner for 9 years. And in that time, we've dealt with a few city managers, Michael being the worst. Then there was John Gaber, and in my opinion, he was probably the best city manager we ever had. But he was here a long time, and you just got here, Holly. Next came Elaine Levin, and she was a nightmare. That woman, I was surprised she could find her way to work every day. And then we got lucky, and we hired you. My husband and I, we sat, and we went for the process of the hiring, when they went over the resumes, and there was 2 other people that came for the job, and completely unqualified, and you shined, I swear. Jim and I left here so positive. And now I'm just shocked, because you did things that no other city manager I've dealt with ever did. I sit on the Historic Commission. I'm the chair right now. She called me, and we set up an appointment, and she wanted to know how things were with the commission, what she could help with, and how she could be a part and support us in that effort. I didn't get that kind of feedback or love from anybody else. The other managers are basically that, they didn't want to be bothered with the boards, especially mine, because it's like, it's not making any revenue or generating anything other than, history. But I just want to say I'm grateful for you actually reaching out and wanting to actually be a real member and part of that situation and helping me move that commission forward. Also, as far as the commission goes, I would like to ask that you would consider Genevieve Prang. She's a history major at U of R. Where is she from? Wayne State? I don't know. She sent you your resume. Anyway, she's extremely qualified, and I'd appreciate it if you'd see fit to appoint her to my board. And hopefully she will do that. And one more time, I've seen a lot of city managers. We finally got one that actually is able, willing, capable. I mean, the grant writing alone, no other city managers even really bothered that other than Gaber. And the city's going to lose out big time on a lot of possibilities if you're gone. I hope you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Sir?
Good Good evening, council, and good evening, everyone else in the room. My name is Garrett Heaney, 2602 Bell River Road. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the THC votes and more importantly about the actual effects of THC. Now, the younger gentleman that came up in the black coat, he talked about the monetary advantages of having a THC distillery or distribution plant here in Marine City. On paper, yeah, there are monetary benefits of having such an entity here in the city. There's a reason why a lot of them are doing very successfully and the owners are sitting very happy with their luxurious houses and cars. But the argument he presented sort of reminded me of a picture I saw where the Earth was blowing up and there was an astronaut getting blown away, and as he's getting blown away into deep space, the astronaut screaming, "Oh no, the economy." Now, judging by the demographic in the room, I would probably say I'm the youngest person here, and also judging by the demographic as well. Probably, I bet one person in here at some point said, man, the children of today is different. They're whiny and they're smaller and they're not the same as when we were growing up. And there's some possibility of why that is. Specifically four I'd like to present here. Now, THC, or chemically known as tetrahydrocannabinol, can affect adolescents, teenagers, and young adults when they're growing up. Specifically, there's four. IQ, children that have smoked it growing up, there is scientific literature that shows a significant correlation that there is up to a decrease in 8 IQ points. And those are IQ points that you do not get back even if the child going into adulthood quits marijuana. Specifically for men, it does affect testosterone. So for those people that are complaining about today's youth, for men specifically, testosterone is very important when growing up and having masculine traits. Now, for dopamine, there is correlation with THC affecting dopamine within the developing brain as well as in adults. There's a reason why people on THC are couch potatoes. It overloads the dopamine receptors in your brain, which also then affects how you are throughout life. It can affect overall success in career, or more specifically, fulfillment in your career if you smoke it in an addictive, abusive rate. And then there is also, as I said, the addictive portion of it. Adults can be addicted to it, children more so because they're impulsive and they are unable to control their own habits. Now, someone that grew up when dab pens and vaping first became a thing, it's a serious problem. When I was in high school, there was a lot of kids, and it's sort of a culture around it. In fact, I'd say it is a culture around it. When it comes to marijuana usage, especially in younger adults and teenagers, the effects of THC are significant compared to later end users. And for people that I've known growing up in high school and friends I even have now, there are addictive qualities that I see in those people where they're smoking it literally every day when they get up, 2 hours later, 2 hours later, 2 hours later, sometimes even 30 minutes later, and then they go to bed, but before they go to bed, they smoke it again. They are literally under the influence all day long, and it changes the personality, and you cannot say that it's not going to change how your brain functions. Now, I'm young, and realistically, I won't be living in Marine City for my entire life. I have no idea where my job's going to take me. But I love my country. I love the people in this country, and I really, really do want our younger generations to grow and become beneficial citizens. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak?
Madam Mayor, I have received a few letters that have been requested to be read into the record by people that could not be here tonight.
Okay.
The first letter that I'm going to read is from resident Wendy McKenzie. It says, "To whom it may concern, we are residents of Marine City and have some concerns regarding two topics that are on the agenda for tonight's meeting. The first concern is in regards to our city manager, Holly Tapman. Holly is very knowledgeable and provides our city with great attributes. Holly has proven to be fair and a team player. Holly works very hard for the residents of Marine City. We have witnessed this firsthand. We are also aware that Holly and her team have earned prestigious grants for our city improvements, which is vital for our city's growth and prosperity. Holly does not deserve to be pushed out because of any personal vendetta. A few rogue members are trying to stack the voting deck to push out any employees that they don't personally like. This behavior is immature and is something you would see on a PTO board, not a city board/commission, and should not be tolerated. A city should run as a business for the residents that reside there, and there is no place for childish behavior on any city board commission. Consider letting go the members that are only serving their own personal agendas. If this behavior is allowed to take place in our city management, then our city as a whole loses. Our second concern would be in regards to a proposed marijuana store dispensary. If you review the map site that I have attached, there are already many in our area. There is a need for our city to seriously consider what attributes this would bring to our city and township. This type of business is a disconnect from our community in Marine City, which has a median age of 50 or older. Location would be crucial and shouldn't be taken lightly. This should be a topic that the city residents should be able to vote on. While personally we are not opposed to the use of cannabis for medical or recreational use, there is a safe place and time to use it, not on our streets or near storefronts that children frequent. The next letters that I received, this one is from Laura Merchant. Dear Mayor Van Washington City Commissioners, I am writing this letter in support of our city manager, Holly Tapman. As a property and business owner since 2015, part of the Chamber of Commerce and holder of various committee seats, I have had the pleasure of working with Holly on numerous occasions. Holly has always been very approachable and follows through on inquiries. She is extremely knowledgeable of our city, county, and region. Her educational background and work experience makes her a strong city manager that has confidence and an incredible drive. Holly manages our city, which is something that has been lacking for a very long time. The staff is the happiest I have ever seen. She respects, appreciates, and encourages them. She represents our city favorably at a county and regional level. She wants what is best for the overall well-being of Marine City. The dismissal of Holly Tapman would be a grave mistake and have ramifications that would set us back for years. We are on the brink of some very exciting things in Marine City, and Holly's the reason why. We need her to continue to manage our city and her staff. Please learn how to work together and get things done in a progressive way as a team. Sincerely, Laura Merchant. And the next one is from Paul Merchant. Dear Mayor Van Washington City Commissioners, after being informed by the amended city agenda that a closed session will be held to discuss and decide disciplinary action or termination of employment to City Manager Holly Tapman, and has left me disheartened. Being a past city commissioner and currently sitting on the Community and Economic Development Board, I can attest to the fact that City Manager Holly Tapman is a very confident, upright, and driven city manager. Having seen how past city managers have carelessly handled city interests and affairs, Holly Tapman controls and guides the forward momentum that the city has lacked. In a short time, she has completed all the outstanding issues that the past city managers have left to the wayside. She continuously promotes the needs and interests of the city of Marine City into the proper channels of government and governmental aid so that the city can grow and prosper. She is a true champion of Marine City. With these facts in view, I know that you would agree that any decision of termination would be a course of ill for the city, and any type of disciplinary action would have to be non-optional. I firmly believe that the city manager, Holly Tapman, has always had the best interests of Marine City top of mind, and would ask you to rescind your decision to go into closed session. The commission talks about the importance of being transparent to the people of Marine City. If the city manager has done something so heinous and serious that a decision of termination is needed, then the people of Marine City need to hear the details as they are exposed in an open session. Cordially, Paul Merchant. The next one I have received is from Cheryl Ross. It says, Dear Mayor Vandenbosch, I was very upset and yet not surprised to hear that some of the commissioners are trying to terminate Holly. I would like to know what their justification for this is. I've never heard of anything Holly has done so wrong. Holly is such a valuable asset to our city and has done so much during her tenure. Her experience in city government is so strong. I have worked with Holly on the Community and Economic Development Board, 300 Broadway Committee, and in various projects. Her knowledge and perspective have been invaluable, not to mention her dedication to do all she can for our city. She has been instrumental in the key projects in town and works so closely with Michelle in our pursuit of grants. Together, they're trying to bring close to $1 million to Marine City. So many of us have a desire to see these city improvements continue, not be stopped cold. I attend most city commission meetings, and Lisa has made it obvious since Holly came to Marine City that it is her quest to remove her. Now that her buddies have joined her, the negativity and personal attacks have only gotten worse. When I met you prior to the election at our Community and Economic Development Board, you said you were excited by the work underway and wanted to work with us, but actions speak louder than words. I implore you to think this through. Do the right thing and stop this. Losing Holly would be a huge step backwards for Marine City. There are so many positive things underway in our town, and I find it heartbreaking to think that within just 2 months of the elections, we're already seeing deeply troubling developments. The next one I have received is from Michelle Goodrich, the Deputy Clerk. She addressed it to me, City Clerk Adams, I have been loyally employed to the city for over 8 years. This is a career that I truly value. Although I speak only for myself, I can confidently confirm that my statements are reflective of the opinion supported by the majority of DPW and the city administrative staff. We dutifully serve the best interests of the city to our fullest potential. Under the current city manager, city staff has established a resounding rapport and relationship with the residents and business owners of the community, more so than under any previous administration. We have brought compassion into community interactions. We're tasked with and motivated to regularly complete job functions outside of our assigned job responsibilities. We thoughtfully execute our roles and responsibilities, constantly seeking ways to improve for the benefit of the city. We have career longevity, with most employees hopeful of working here until retirement. Recently, during the City Commission meetings, staff have been exposed to and the target of insensitive, unwelcome, unprofessional, and irresponsible public shaming regarding our employment within the city. Decisions made to change work schedules and comments made that if we do not like it, we can simply be replaced with someone new are egregious. Our lives, our careers, our families, and our well-being have all been negatively impacted by these recent choices. You have dehumanized the city personnel. Hardworking, knowledgeable, dedicated, and compassionate staff who are eager to work and affect change and genuinely care for the city and its people are invaluable, and comments such as this are detrimental to a healthy and productive workspace. Please appreciate that for the first time in several years, we have a fully staffed and truly talented team of employees who work well together and put this city first. Concurrently, I would like to address the perceived disconnect regarding the sitting city commission and the city manager. It is my experience with the city and my professional opinion that our current city manager has exceeded expectations as a supervisor. She has encouraged and supported professional growth. She has prioritized high office morale. She respects the value of staff talent and has advocated for initiatives and ideas that support the best interests of the community. She has taken more action to move the community forward than I have witnessed under previous administration and reestablished sustained relationships with local, county, and state stakeholders that are instrumental in bringing funding and business into the city. I have been witness to several residents who have applauded her drive in cleaning up blighted property, her ability to resolve longstanding issues, and her willingness to work towards solutions. The positive feedback from community members has been truly fantastic. She has the experience, staff support, knowledge, and drive that Marine City is lucky to have. A quick productive comparison. 5 years ago, the city submitted for a total of $12,000 in grant funding. In 2022 alone, in her first year here, Ms. Tapman was instrumental in supporting grant applications for over $1.3 million to various funding agencies. These grant applications include a full year of interviews, presentations, constant reporting, and feedback. As a team, staff has worked diligently on them, and we are hopeful decisions will be made on at least one by January 20th. These projects focus on community development, outdoor spaces for residents to enjoy, and new opportunities that support business development. These grant submissions were not directives given by the City Commission, but rather initiated internally by the City Manager because it's what the community deserves, every opportunity to improve. It's important we maintain continuity within personnel to ensure these future opportunities are not forfeited as these projects fall outside the purview of any one department, but rather have been approached as a team effort across all departments. The city manager continues to bring forth issues and take action at a pace that far exceeds her predecessors on several outstanding matters, including what the city wants in a community center, how to proceed with the development of 300 Broadway, utilization of ARPA funds, potential road funding ideas, park improvements, etc., as well as presenting new and innovative ideas to solve longstanding issues such as vacant buildings and blighted properties. We are all people of good faith who need to work together to solve problems, ideally prior to meetings rather than engaging in a public dispute at the commission table. We all have the right to work in a professional workspace. To support a productive and healthy work environment for the benefit of the community, I'm requesting that the City Commission consider that all sitting board members and employees undertake training regarding employee rights and responsibilities and how best to work with one another. Marine City has several amazing projects on the horizon for 2023. It's my sincere request to the Commission to maintain the current administration for the benefit of the city staff morale and productivity, and more importantly, to the benefit of the community as a whole. I have one more. Mayor, Commissioners, and interested parties. As many of you know, I was hired to be your city clerk due to the impending retirement of Chris Baxter. I officially became clerk on March 31st, 2022, after 2 months of training. My first days on the job began with all the excitement and anticipation one would expect from someone beginning a new career. Leaving a very small, cohesive office environment was very daunting, so I was relieved and gratified to find myself coming into a similar environment of tight-knit professionals whose only agenda was to drive progress and bring good, positive things to the community where they worked. And at the lead of this office was City Manager Holly Tapman. In my 10 months as the city clerk for Marine City, I've watched Holly work tirelessly to drive initiatives that serve the people of the community in the way of a tougher stance on blight and vacant buildings, brainstorming plans to bring more business into the city, going after grant dollars to fund projects such as the Tot Lot and Beach revitalization, working towards obtaining additional grant funding to connect the city and county via the bike path, forging a way forward to deliver a road mill and cap project, taking on the unpopular task of selling a city-owned property with the hopes of paving a path to the renovation and restoration of the historic gem that's 300 Broadway, and overseeing the final stages of the kayak launch and the city marina projects. Based on my research, the City Commission passed annual goals and objectives for the previous city manager in a resolution format. Holly succeeded the previous city manager, and without being aware of these goals and objectives, she accomplished one after another, substantially completing the list. Through all this progress, she's worked seamlessly across different departments with city staff to not only bring these projects to fruition, but to prepare several more to be developed to be brought before the City Commission during the remainder of this fiscal year and the upcoming fiscal year. And as though all of that weren't enough to keep her busy, she has faithfully attended to her regular day-to-day tasks, such as attending meetings, overseeing different departments, and even managing the Treasurer's Department until a suitably qualified candidate could be hired, and so much more. Yet despite working for the good of the residents to bring forth positive change to the community, her position with the city is in jeopardy. I am sure anyone on the commission and in the audience can observe the amount of support that has turned out on her behalf. We have a city commission that proclaims to be a commission of the people, a commission that is only looking out for the public. May I respectfully remind you that the public consists of the residents and business owners who occupy the city, not just those that voted for you, but those who voted against you. Is it really truly in the best interest of the public to dismiss the city manager who in approximately a year and a half has gone out for more grant money to drive the city projects than prior administration went out for in the previous 5 years? Does it truly serve the public to destabilize your city administration during audit and budget season? And of course, does it really serve the public to put in jeopardy the grand initiatives that are open and outstanding and could deliver so much good to the city by displacing the leader of your very productive administrative staff? If you're going to vote on something tonight, I believe your vote should be to choose a better path, choose a positive progress, and choose to task the city attorney to develop or recommend training for elected officials and municipal employees on not only how to work together, but how to do so in a respectful, productive manner. Signed, your city clerk.
All right. And anybody else? All right, we're moving on to approval of the minutes. And can I get a motion to approve the City Commission meeting minutes of December 15th, 2022?
Make a motion to approve the minutes. Support.
Okay, having a motion and support, any discussion?
Yes. On page 6, we agreed that at this meeting, we would revote on the alcohol in parks ordinance. So because of that, if we do not vote on it today, I believe, and Bob, this is more a question for you, that would lapse or something, but I'm of the opinion that we should at least vote to say extend it until such time as we can review the new ordinance. I just don't want anything to get left by the wayside. It slipped through apparently that we didn't get to vote on it this time, but if you read the minutes, it's on page 6, third paragraph. Motion was made by Mike, but it was to set it aside until this meeting. So if we could potentially revote, I don't want to add, I don't think that I'm adding an agenda item, Bob, I don't know. But I think it would make sense to revote on it, or at least alter the verbiage to say that at such time as we are able to create a new ordinance. Or if everybody feels like, let's just let it lapse, I guess that's easy enough too, but I don't want to confuse the public nor the business owners that are abiding by that ordinance right now.
I sent all of you a couple of memos today. I spoke with our police chief on this matter, and I gave you a summary of where we're at right now, right, with respect to the resolution that is in place, the moratorium on the enforcement of an otherwise valid ordinance. Then I followed up on that and sent you another memo, which I know you haven't had time to read yet, but which goes through what I think is something the police chief and I talked about briefly, and that would be just you to consider establishing a social district within the city, and that would basically supplant the other program that you have in place. So in order to keep things at status quo, it would be appropriate for you to just vote this evening to keep us at status quo, I think, and push this to the February meeting, and that would give you time to take a look at what does a social district look like in your community? Is that something you want to pursue? Or, in the alternative, we could have ready for that meeting a continuation of the current program. I want to issue some caution with respect to moratoriums on enforcement. When we have an ordinance in place, it means that somebody, some board, some commission drafted it, somebody proposed it, somebody put it through a public hearing process, and somebody thought it was valid and reasonable. And when you get into moratoriums in the law that last more than 6 months, the courts have said, if you're going to moratorium something for 6 months, maybe you better change what you're doing the moratorium on.
Sure.
Because you're in a sense, the moratorium becomes the ordinance. So you have an underlying valid ordinance. You've elected through the police chief not to enforce it, and that's okay. You shouldn't do that for unreasonable amounts of time. So you should vote tonight to extend what's in place, and in February, we should make decisions with respect to where we want to head.
Yeah, agreed.
So I agree with you.
Should we, rather than say February specifically, just in case it doesn't make the agenda, or should we say
the conversation should start in February.
Okay. But okay, that's fine, but if what we do in February doesn't replace this.
It's still okay.
Okay.
But I'm just telling you, don't let it last too long.
I don't disagree. I'd love to, do.
It's sort of like the old theory. If you go to the zoning board and the zoning board grants a variance on the same issue 20 times, might be time to change the ordinance.
Fully agree.
Right.
I just don't want to leave Jim hanging with,
No.
well, what do I do? We never voted on it. And, this
Jim,
would be.
Jim, I think we communicated on this today, and I think Jim would like to see some exploration on a social district, which cures a lot of the issues all in one bundle.
All for that.
Right, so.
Again, I just don't want to leave something hanging that.
I guess that presents a question that you mentioned in regards to, it's not on the agenda tonight. So how do they vote on it to continue the status quo if it's not on the agenda and they already approved the agenda?
Well, I think that this one was meant to be on the agenda, correct? I think the minutes reflect
So
that.
it said by
yeah.
virtue of the
Yeah,
minutes that
we didn't put it on
reviewed
because
this
it
time,
wasn't,
yes.
it wasn't ready.
I think we should just call a vote on this and and keep it in place. Keep the current position of the city in place.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's going to expire, and you're going to put the police chief into a quandary.
And how
Right,
long-
that's what I
how
don't
long-
want to do.
More so
I just
than
don't
he
want
already
that
is,
to
might.
How long should we vote to extend what's currently in place?
For discussion in February, but don't link it to action in February, just to continue the discussion in February.
Okay.
And that'll give you time to read what I produced to you today on what is the social district for Marine City.
So
Make the motion, Brian.
the motion at hand is to approve the minutes. Should I
You can make a motion
make a
to
motion
approve the minutes
contingent on,
on this being extended, right?
okay. Do we need to vote down the motion first, or can I amend my motion?
You can
Okay.
you can amend
I'd
it.
like to amend my motion to note that on page 6, paragraph 3, regarding the ordinance of alcohol consumptions in parks that was originally to be revisited at today's meeting, that we reconfigure that to be February's meeting for discussions to begin on a new ordinance.
Who was the
And
original
I'll support
second?
that again.
Cliff.
Thanks, Bill.
Same support, Bill?
Yes.
Okay, we're ready.
I have a question. So are we voting on approving the minutes, or are we voting on extending
Both.
the? But I don't like that, because I don't want to approve the minutes.
Oh, well,
I have
you-
issues.
Well, okay.
Oh.
Okay, well, you can address, you don't have an issue with this issue. You
No, that's why I'm saying, should they do two
Well, you got to
separate
raise
things
your other issues on the minutes.
before we vote?
Right.
Sure.
Right. So, okay.
But the motion's been amended.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that part of it.
Okay.
But first of all, can we have it say minutes on the top of the minutes? That would be really nice. And I would like personal comments, or whatever this is on the bottom of the page, taken off these minutes about people leaving the meeting. It's a little ambiguous, too, about what they were disgusted about, but I think that should be removed.
Which page?
What page number?
Right at the bottom of the first page, public comment,
Public comment.
the last sentence. Or is it all one sentence? It's all one sentence,
The last line,
yeah, the last one.
that should, that verbiage assumption.
Verbiage, I think, should be removed,
Adjective.
Opinion shouldn't be in here.
yeah, just the facts. That was the only thing I had, but I would like to see minutes up there, and I would like to see when it's revised, like, it looks like there's a footer down here, I could say it's revised somewhere on there when we get it. We shouldn't just get minutes, it should say revised minutes or something on it.
Revised minute?
Yeah, when we get, if it's revised. Okay, that's all I had to say.
I mean, just to be fair regarding public comment, they're all opinions.
No,
No.
the public comment's fine, but the comment about individuals leaving in disgust, is it because of the comments, is it because of what they said, is it about them? It seems like a very, doesn't seem like it should be included in there.
That was his
I mean,
comment.
he said it.
spoke to, yeah.
Who
He's-
said it?
Mr. Moran
speaker.
spoke
Joe
to
Moran.
people
He
leaving
said that's-
meetings in disgust. Yeah,
He
those-
said that?
Yes, he did.
Correct. It was not a
But-
note
It wasn't
by
a
the,
notation.
by
But
the
it
clerk
doesn't
noting.
was
say
his-
that. It
yeah.
says
He spoke-
causing
spoke to the-
individuals to leave.
yeah,
It
spoke-
didn't say,
spoke to the-
he said
Yeah.
it caused individuals to leave.
It says, Joe Moran, chairperson for the Planning Commission and Community and Economic Development Board, spoke to the tone and nature of city commission meetings causing individuals in the audience to exit in disgust before the meetings were concluded.
That's what it sounds
So,
like.
yeah, causing, he was speaking to the fact that,
But that's not what
the tone and nature of the
That's not what it's
meetings.
saying to me.
That's how I read it. It seems pretty clear.
Okay.
I have one too. On page 5, you have my comments here about option 3 allocation, but you failed to put in here that I stated that the budget needed to be assessed before making this decision. I find it interesting, certain comments are put in, other comments are left out, and other comments are twisted, so regardless, I don't have any problem with Brian's thing on the alcohol, but I can't vote on these minutes, they're just...
Well, Commissioner, according to the minutes policy that you did vote on, if you do have specific requests for language you want attached to the minutes, they must be received in writing, so if there is something
I'm
specific
aware
that
of
you'd
that
rather have in
issue,
the minutes.
but what I'm saying is you're putting in everything else. You pick and choose what you put into these minutes based on your own personal opinion, and that's basically what I'm disagreeing with, and that is my opinion.
Well, again, in regards to the
Sorry,
minutes policy.
this is my...
I understand.
You're not a commission member.
Well, you're speaking to me in
I'm
regards to
just
minutes.
telling you, I'm not...
You're speaking in regards to the minutes, and the minutes policy is important aspects of
I
discussion
understand the
reflecting
minutes
key
policy.
points as interpreted by the clerk.
Okay, so now do we have to split the motion?
No,
Or we
I
have
mean-
to go through it and see if it fails?
No, people who
Or pass?
don't want to pass the minutes don't have to vote yes.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
So is it a roll call vote? Or was there any more discussion? I'm supposed to be asking this, sorry.
Is there any more discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Oh, did you?
I'm sorry, I should have made it, I would like the roll call so that I can put in why I'm voting, and it's not because of that issue. I would like to clarify my vote,
Okay.
qualify it.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bryson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hendrick?
No, and I'm qualifying it for the fact I'm not disagreeing with the alcohol issue, only the minutes.
Commissioner Hilferig?
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen?
Yes.
Commissioner Rohrig?
No, and I'll qualify it also. I'm not against the alcohol part, but I'm against the way the minutes are written.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Mayor Vandenbosch?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda includes the Marine City Fire Authority Run Report and Annual Report, the Departmental Activity Reports, the Zoning Board of Appeals minutes from March 4th of 2020, the Dangerous Building Board of Appeals, October 5th, 2022, business license of Ruby Tattoo, business license of Retail Contractors of Puerto Rico, business license of Empowered Nutrition, business license for the Riviera Restaurant and Bar, and the special event for Fire, Ice, and Spice.
Make a motion that we approve the consent agenda items A through I.
Support.
Okay, I have a motion and a support. Is there any discussion? Okay. Hearing, seeing none, a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hendrick?
Yes.
Commissioner Hilferig?
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen?
Yes.
Commissioner Rohrig?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Mayor Vandenbosch?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryson?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, on the financial business, we have expenditures, including payroll in the amount of $556,000, $940.96. Can I have a motion to approve the expenditures, including payroll in the amount of $556,940.96?
I'll make a motion, we approve expenditures including payroll for $556,940.96.
Support.
I have a motion and support and discussion.
Just one thing that I thank Mike for answering. At the bottom of page 5 on the expenditures, there was a line item regarding the boom truck, and I just had a question about it because we just got a new sort of device that would replace that boom truck. That was for the initial attempt at repair of an item on the boom truck. And what eventually led them to understand that it would be, there was a second thing that was more costly to repair on it that led them to understand that they just needed a whole new device instead of trying to repair this one that was aged out basically of its useful life and that parts aren't available for. So if anybody had a question on that, that's the explanation. But otherwise, no questions.
All right, I have one. On the one that's 28 pages, page 25, and this is going to be a question for you. This issue, I know this has been sitting in our books for years. This is the issue over on Elger Street with the homeowner where we got the insurance money.
We returned the money.
I know, but wasn't it supposed to go back to the one homeowner?
No.
Okay.
The carrier, here's what just so we're clear, Lisa.
Okay.
We return the money back to the carrier because it's not our money.
Okay.
But the carrier can issue it to the homeowner if the
Got it.
carrier chooses to.
Okay, all right.
But we got it off of and cleaned that issue up.
All right, just wanted to make sure how that was gonna work, because I knew we had talked about
Yep.
it a long time ago.
Yep.
All right, that's all.
Okay, any other discussion? Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Hillfrank.
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen.
Yes.
Commissioner Rohrig.
Yes.
Commissioner Ross.
Yes.
Mayor Vandembosch.
Yes.
Commissioner Bryson.
Yes.
Commissioner Hendrick.
Yes.
Motion carried.
And can I get a motion to approve the financial statements,
So moved.
receive and file?
Support.
Motion and support, any discussion?
I have one question. Have all our accounts been finally reconciled?
No, they are close. The final, the treasurer's working on final reconciliation of the general fund, since that's the biggest, that one's taken the longest.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, carried. Moving on to the public hearing for the 23-001 purchase ordinance. Can I have a motion to open the public hearing regarding the 23-001 purchasing ordinance?
I make a motion that we open the public hearing for the purchasing ordinance, followed by a 5-minute recess, if that's possible.
Absolutely. All right, and do I have a support?
Just note the time you're opening the public hearing.
Yes, sir.
And any discussion on it?
My teeth are floating.
Okay. All in favor?
I'm sorry, who seconded?
You gonna go now?
Who's second?
I did.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Okay, so we do. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Public hearing is now open at,
No,
5-minute recess, and then we'll open it. Okay.
Gavel, gavel.
gonna make the motion.
I'd like to make them,
Or suggested.
I would like to suggest the motion that we come back into session then for the open hearing, the public hearing.
So moved.
Support.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, public hearing is now open at,
We've got to vote.
oh,
Just vote.
All in favor?
All in favor.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you.
No,
Right.
thank you.
Public hearing is now open at 9:02. We're only receiving public comments on the purchasing ordinance 23-001. Anybody like to make comment? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, we will close at 9:02.
Do we need to make a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes.
Make a motion to close the public hearing at 9:02 PM.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, next to item 11A, unfinished business. Now for that 2301 purchasing ordinance. Can I have a motion to adopt and approve the 2301 purchasing ordinance?
I'll make a motion, we adopt and approve the purchasing ordinance number 23-001.
Support?
I have a motion and a support. Any discussion?
Yeah, I got some.
Go for it.
I know this was kind of addressed to the previous commission as far as there was an opinion by our attorney regarding what exactly professional services are. And I know this came up when the city manager approved the contract for insurance, and that was kind of a touchy subject at the time for some on the commission. And I never saw that opinion on what exactly professional services mean. So I'd like to table this, postpone it until I can see that opinion, to expand on exactly what
Do you know
this is
which one
saying.
we're talking about?
Yeah.
I told them about it because they're new. And they-
Oh, I see what
remember?
you're saying. You straddled that.
You wrote one
I
about-
wrote it to the last commission
Yes.
prior to you being
And now
on.
they wouldn't know, they wouldn't have seen it.
I do not have it with me, Mike. I apologize.
Okay. Yeah, it's just like I said, I don't really feel like I have all the information to vote on this today without the full definitions of what professional services are. So I'd like to postpone this until the next meeting, if that is possible, and I will make a motion to do so.
We have to vote on the first one first.
No.
No, motion
He
to
makes
table,
it to
supersede.
postpone.
Yeah, postpone over, it's,
Additional discussion regarding this one, or?
But that takes
Yeah.
over,
Okay.
unfortunately. I'll second his,
So we're just going
For
to
dis-
table it to next time?
yeah.
so that we can get the, so everybody
I
can see
can,
it.
I can reissue it.
Okay, great. Okay.
Okay. So now we have a motion to table it. And
We're
support.
setting it aside till the February meeting.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Set aside. Get it correct.
Okay, motion and support to set aside to the next meeting. And to be roll call vote?
Commissioner Clausen,
Yes.
Commissioner Rohrig,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
No, but I'd like to discuss it as it is for a moment,
Mayor
due to
Van,
the fact that I would like to discuss it.
Mayor Vandenbosch,
Yes.
Commissioner Bryson,
No.
Commissioner Hendrick,
Yes.
Commissioner Hilfrank.
Yes.
Motion to table, carried.
Right, now we have
11B.
pardon?
He asked where we were, 11B.
11B is the proposed resolution 01-2023, annual city manager goals objectives. Can I have a motion to approve of resolution 01-2023, annual city manager goals and objectives? And that looked like, and that's the resolution.
I'll make a motion, we approve resolution number 001-2023.
Support?
I have a motion and support, and any discussion?
I have a few extras I'd like to add in here. Kind of a few little pointed things. The first is I would like to add in to accomplish or to present the board with a report recommending what the next road or groups of roads are that we feel should be targeted for milling and capping, as well as what the next road is that we feel should be targeted for underground infrastructure work. And included in that, I would also like to add that the report contain a financial analysis of when it will be possible to complete those actions. So for the recommendations, they should be based solely on the condition of the infrastructure and the roads, not on when the finances will be able to do them. But the report, let me rephrase, I worded that badly. The selection of the roads should be based solely on the condition of the roads. And then the report should follow on by saying, under our current funding, estimated funding levels, we expect to have funding to do this project in fiscal year 20 whatever. So just so we have something to plan for the next batch of roads. Maybe it'll be not this year, maybe it'll be 2 years from now, but we need to start planning.
Like a 5-year plan like we do for some of the other stuff?
And like for underground infrastructure, it may not even be 5, it may be 10 years out with how costly it is, but we at least need to have, and I know back in 2017, 2018, when we first looked at this, we had a huge spreadsheet going out to like 2040. I'm not looking for that, just one bite at a time. What are the next road or batches of roads along with the next underground project, and when do you think we can start, what year? So that's one. The second is I would like us to investigate the possibility of recharacterizing South Main Street from a local to a major road. That would, I mean, it's traveled a lot, and it would make that road eligible for possible grant opportunities. And then the third is, I know in the Dangerous Buildings Board of Appeals meeting, it's been mentioned that the ordinance for it is somewhat out of date, kind of has some conflicting stuff in it a little bit. I'd like us to take a peek at the ordinance for the Dangerous Buildings Board of Appeal and, if need be, revamp it a little bit. And that's it.
I also had some stuff to potentially add. Amazingly, Jake did my number 5 and number 1, so those two are actually there. The only differences I had with regards to the streets thing is, I mean, I'm an engineer, I like visualizations and things, and I was wondering if it might be possible to do just like, here's the city, and kind of color code some streets as to, you know, even if it's just a couple pages, you know, these are the ones that we're responsible for, you know, these are the federal aid road ones, which that was my number 1, is you graciously attended all those Scott's meetings only to find out that we had done most of the roads and that the only ones that we could get funding for would have amounted to like $35,000, and I very much appreciate your time and effort in doing all that. But agreed, if we could get South Main Street on that list of federal aid roads, I think that would be huge. It's one of our more troublesome ones, and I believe also has a ton of infrastructure going down it. So, but like Jake said, with regards to the streets, if we could have like a map that kind of shows present street rating condition, whether that be assessed by like a PCE or our other engineering firm, but, you know, assessed by one of the 2 engineering firms, and then, yeah, kind of the condition, something that would highlight to the community, hey, here's what's getting paved next, like, get excited. That also might help them understand, like, hey, during these dates, I might need to be off the street because, you know, this or that might be happening. And yeah, same maybe percentage funding needed to reach a goal for a particular street. And also something that would offer a key code that explains when that street, any given street in the city, was last resurfaced. I just think that that would be, because of all the complaints I receive, it's a lot of streets and what can we do about road funding and make our roads better. So in addition to those 2, and actually one of them is indeed covered by your the existing resolution regarding hiring of staff that are retiring, but to develop kind of a protocol for city emergencies that jives with the St. Clair County Emergency Response Plan. So when we most recently had this power outage, you know, it was sort of, okay, we've got an outage, it's flipping freezing out, you know, maybe if we could just have a tick list of, okay, if, the weather is below this temperature, power is out for more than this many hours, the city shall open a warming center, something like this. Again, I feel that this is something that would really benefit the citizens, and I know that the warming center, it was a few hours, but a valiant effort, and for anybody that may have been cold or displaced out of their house by that event, at least it would have been there. And from that, then we can start to play with it later. If it's, okay, well, nobody used it, then we can start to, in an effort to save city funds, look at how we might be able to better that in the future. But I feel that that's a big benefit to the city that would be a useful thing to implement. And then the last thing is, and I believe that we do generate these, and now that Nicole is here full-time and God willing stays, just to develop an annual schedule for audit items, when they're due, and what financial things need to happen from a public standpoint, so that we can all be in tune with, okay, here's when this needs to go in, nobody's late, everything's happening on time, and then it eliminates the questions in the spirit of transparency. So those are the only additional items over what Jake had mentioned that I would appreciate seeing.
And I'll build a little bit off of Brian, when he talked about the emergency responses. Just something, in addition to the warming center, just at least get the dialogue started opening up with county emergency management. I think a few years ago, they were going to start doing that, and that was a time when I think their new director had taken over, was kind of updating their emergency management policies, procedures, and I think we kind of stopped here because we didn't want to conflict with theirs. And then once they were in place, then we were going to kind of make sure they matched, merged, make sure everything was appropriate, and to kind of, if we can at least, I know it's a huge undertaking, but at least start on some things with that and then build off of those. So at least just the contact and the sending and information, and that would be good to start too.
Right, I got
I'm sorry.
I agree with Jake's, I agree with Brian, but I'm going to add on to that. I want to get some assurance that we get our audit done on time, and that we make sure all accounts are reconciled and the budget amendments are done on time. And the last one I would like to add in is I'd like to look into hiring a full-time building inspector utilizing our permit fees. Some type of information on that, because we need to get that going. We can't keep going with an 8-hour-a-week building inspector.
Related to the budget stuff isn't, the timeline, I guess, if that was made and met,
Well, yeah.
I guess you're just sort of asking that from the respect of the first additional one that I mentioned on the budget timeline,
Yeah.
that just if that's met. I just don't want multiple entries that result in the same thing.
Correct, that's fine. I just, those are some of the things, though, that we're lacking. We haven't gotten the budget amendments, and the accounts aren't reconciled, and those are huge. So I'm just trying to add on to that. I agree with what you're asking for. I guess that could be included on your...
Yeah, I would be happy to
Yep.
tack that on.
I just want to add to Jake and Brian here. I'm just, we do a couple roads at a time, and, the public just doesn't seem to be too happy with a couple roads at a time. They'd like to see more done, obviously. So I would like us to maybe explore the feasibility of USDA loans, just to see, what's out there, what it would cost us, what we could get done more quickly. That way we can get a bigger pool of money and possibly get more of these roads fixed so people can actually feel like we're doing something with the roads.
Everybody's covered my additions, so I'm good.
Then, Bill? Okay, and if there's no more discussion, the roll call vote, please.
Oh, wait.
But I think we need to amend it.
Motion to, amend the motion to adapt the changes and then,
I will amend my motion to approve resolution number 001-2023 with the aforementioned additions.
Support. I also continue to support that.
We have a motion and a support with the amended changes. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Rohrig,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Mayor Van den Bosch,
Yes.
Commissioner Bryson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hendrick,
Yes.
Commissioner Hilfrink,
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
On the proposed city manager evaluation form, can I have a motion to approve the city manager evaluation form as presented?
So moved.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any discussion?
So, given what we just discussed, I guess, I mean, these generally match over from the resolution, but shouldn't they fully
It would
fully match
match
what?
the previous resolution because the evaluation would be based on.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
Right, this is
We
the
would-
previous resolution,
Yeah.
not the,
They would
Just generated.
refill in the blanks with.
got
Yeah,
it.
The
the next
resolution.
evaluation would be.
Next year,
next
it'll
year
look
would
like
be-
what we just.
Yes, it matched this year's resolution.
Thank you.
I guess my only problem with, that's kind of a problem with the resolution because things come up during the year and there's other issues that pop up and then we don't rate on it because it wasn't in the resolution. I mean, that's the only thing that I
But
guess.
when we discussed this system, we had an interim step in the middle of the year to check in,
Yeah, which we haven't done.
which, well, I mean,
And this isn't the original form that we were working on. We had a different form. I don't know what happened to that, but I know there was a different form. I don't know if any of you remember it, but we had it put together. It was missing comments. It was supposed to go back to add a comment section. I have never seen that one again. So this isn't the original form.
I mean, it does have reviewers' comments and opportunities for development.
Yeah, I'm just, this isn't the form that we had put together, is all I'm saying.
So is this the one that's generally used with the other city employees? No? Not
I don't know. I don't know where this form came from.
Is this-
This is a form that was developed based on the resolution that was located there. I didn't locate any other form as far as in the, on the city server. So if there was another form in progress, I've never seen it.
And to be fair, Bob, you took us through all of the recommendations for a city manager performance review with Elaine, not with Holly.
that's correct.
So it was, conceivably lost in translation when the new city officials took over, city employees took over. I mean, personally speaking, I'm fine with this. I feel even that if there are additional things, they could be handled in the opportunities for development or reviewers' comments. But if you feel strongly that we should add some sort of,
Well, I guess we're out of whack with, we didn't follow the process that we put in place.
Right, under
That's-
Elaine.
That's kind of the problem that we're running into, so. But I guess I can live with it for this year.
yeah,
And-
it generally covers what we had discussed regarding Elaine and how to, attempt to make the goal a smart goal, achievable, realistic, et cetera, but, yeah.
All right, any further discussion? Roll call vote, please. Oh,
So what are we gonna do with this by next meeting? We're filling this out and,
Well, it's got to be revised it has to be filled out, I guess, is.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that the commissioners, if you remember, the review process was intended to provide a little work to the commissioners, to force you to think about your policy directions as we always talk, this end of the table implements your policy decisions. We don't make the policy decisions, we implement them. So, this was designed to help you think about where you want the direction of the city to go, and then charge the city staff with implementing it. And then you measure the performance by, was it or was it not implemented? And then you keep going and keep amending your list.
Well, this one now has numbers again. So are we going to do like we used to do in an old form where we take the averages, or, I mean, Wendy and I used to take the old form, which we had, it was a numbered form.
No, I think these numbers are not a ranking. These are, did it happen, did it not happen, or is it in progress? It's not a ranking number.
All right. Well, I'm just trying to
It just-
understand the new form.
Yeah, it just made the box easier, I think, so you didn't have to, write not a, you could just write a 1, 2, or a 3, but it wasn't like 1 was bad and 3 was great, or the opposite. They're just numbers representing
Okay.
achieved, not achieved, or still in.
It could be 3 letters.
Yeah.
Right. C, IP, and NA, yeah.
There you go.
So this is really just a progress report, not really
A performance
or
report.
performance review.
Yeah.
And that's what I get out of it.
That is the way the system was put in
Okay.
play. You're right, Mike.
So I guess for figuring out when these need to be returned and completed, we need to kind of work backwards from when do we want to set a date for the said performance review? Because that'll kind of drive when this needs to get back here.
That was set forth in the resolution.
Oh, I don't have that one.
I don't have that one. I don't have the handy.
Yeah, Jacob, I think we have to go back to the resolution that you passed to set the system up.
I agree. I can't remember. I seem to vaguely recall a
It had
timeline in
it-
there.
It did, and I'll relook at that with staff here and.
Almost looks like it's a year.
Yeah, it was designed to be a year-long function.
Yeah.
And remember what we were trying to do? We were trying to look back, and we were trying to look forward.
Yeah.
So that it could become a rolling list. So, okay, so there were 11 items last year, and it looks like 8 got done. Let's roll the other 3 into next year and add 9 more. And that way, there was always progress, and then over time, you could track back what happened over time. And that was your goal. But it also forced you as commissioners to think about what are your goals, because your goals have to be implemented by the city manager.
I'd almost think maybe we have set a due date to return these by the next meeting, our next commission meeting, and then at that meeting, we set a date for the actual performance review.
Okay,
But I think, there's no reason why we can't fill these out now.
that's correct. I agree.
So I will amend my motion to approve the city manager performance review form as presented, with it being due at our next commission meeting.
Will we get a file? Electronic file instead of this?
Yeah, I can send it out electronically.
Okay.
Is it Excel? What's the format?
It might be Excel.
Okay.
That's fine.
Wow. You guys are high-tech.
Is everybody here Excel or Word capable?
All right. so
Not everybody.
We had the motion and the support, right?
40 years old.
Ryan, I'm on MySpace.
Yeah.
All right, so we have the amended motion, support,
Re-support, yeah.
and re-support. Okay, and with no further discussion on the amendment, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Mayor Vandembosch,
Yes.
Commissioner Bryson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hendrick,
Yep.
Commissioner Helfrich,
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen,
Yes.
Commissioner Rory.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Next on the agenda is the discussion on monthly commission meeting schedule and time.
So I asked for this to be on the agenda again. It is my fault. At our last meeting, I did not think about the fact that I cannot possibly do 2 Monday meetings a month. I have too many other commitments that preclude it. So I would like to ask that we Bob, help me out for the word here, recommit, retake
Revisit?
up, revisit?
Reconsider.
I'll make a motion, we reconsider the monthly meeting mission schedule and time.
Who has to make that, though?
A motion to reconsider has to be made by somebody who voted in favor of it the last, yeah.
I'll make the motion to reconsider, to move the meetings back to Thursday, but here's my question, 6 PM? Is that good with everybody or not? You want to stay at 7?
Well, do we need to approve reconsidering it before we discuss the meat of it?
Yes.
All right. So I'll make the motion to reconsider.
Support.
Okay. Motion and support. Any discussion?
Would your intention then, not that you've fully made a motion yet, but to put them back to Thursdays twice per month?
Well, all you're doing right
do
now
this
is
first.
voting
Sure.
to reconsider what you
Okay,
did before.
right, okay.
You don't have to change what you did before, you're just gonna reconsider it.
Got it.
Okay.
No discussion.
All right. Is it all? All
We
in
just-
favor, roll call.
Just all in favor of it.
All in-
Well, have they decided what dates?
No,
No,
all
we're
we're doing
only-
is voting
we're only
on
deciding
whether or not we're gonna
reconsider.
reconsider.
Oh, reconsider. Okay, I'm sorry. So,
Got it? So,
okay.
just a voice vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
All right. So now I'll go back to make a motion that we go to Thursdays, first and third Thursday, just like we always did before. But the only thing I want to clarify is 6 or 7 PM.
I can do either, I mean,
Well, I know, I wanted to make sure Brian could, because I know. What would you prefer?
Like I said, prefer 7, but 6 could work.
Well, we can keep it at 7.
Yeah.
I mean, don't rush yourself because of,
Yeah, I mean, I personally rather keep it at 7. I
Me
think
too.
a lot of people out
All right.
there that are working and all that, trying to get here at 6.
all
if
right,
they
so
wanna
the
be here.
motion is to move it back to Thursdays, first and third Thursdays of each month at 7 PM.
Second.
Okay, have a motion and support. A roll call vote, please.
Madam Mayor, can I
Discussion.
just, I know
Oh,
that
I'm
there
sorry,
was
discussion.
some conversation about how 6 o'clock may work better for some members of the public. With as long as these meetings run, having that extra hour on the front end does help people get home a little bit sooner. And now that we're looking at 2 meetings a month, this is really cutting into the evening hours. So I know it might be a consideration for the public to move it up a little bit, especially if we're looking at 2.
We just want to make sure that the commission can attend it. I mean, that's the only reason why we're going to 7 instead of 6. You got to make sure your members can come.
As I mentioned, I can make it either. Just gives a little bit more time for finishing stuff up at 7, but if it's better for the city staff, I'd be willing to support 6.
I know it would be appreciated, since I wasn't here at the December meeting to speak to the issue, to hear the position of city staff on 2 meetings a month. I know 6 would be a relative compromise to the fact that the city staff is highly opposed to 2 meetings a month because of the workload that this is going to involve. So, I mean, I think that that might be a fair compromise to start things on a better working path, but
You guys.
It's good with me.
So
Rita, didn't you have a problem with 6, or I thought I heard you?
I like 7 better, but how about 6:30? I mean, if you want to compromise on something, it's kind of in the middle of it.
Yeah.
But I prefer 7.
Well,
I think it gives everybody time to have dinner and get here and
personally,
all
that's
that.
how I
And,
see it too, but
yeah, and if we
seems like
have
we're
2 a
outvoted.
month, we shouldn't be here so late. right?
I mean, yeah, that's what I think too. I mean, we have 2 meetings a month. There's no reason they're gonna run 3 hours long either, you know? So we gotta think about that too.
All right, well then I guess I'm staying with what we have.
So is the motion Thursday?
Thursday, first and third
week at
Thursday,
7?
7 PM.
7 p.m.
Okay. Good. Motion, and we did support?
I support.
Motion and support. Any further discussion? Roll call vote?
Mayor Vandembosch.
Wait, were you just gonna say something?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if in the past we'd had them at 6 or 5 or other times.
It's always been
It's
7.
always been 7,
Yeah,
except for the budget meetings.
This is the only city board that meets at 7, just so we know.
All the other
Otherwise we
boards
get
used to
6.
always meet at 7. They've only recently all been upped, but 7 o'clock,
I think
except for
The only one that does is the
except for the
ZBA.
pension board and except for the Tifa boards, back in the day, they were early, but pretty much all the other boards were late until recently.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote.
Mayor Vandembosch.
I'm gonna vote no because of the qualifier of 6 o'clock. I think I would have preferred the 6 o'clock time. So no.
Commissioner Bryson.
No, again, with the qualifier that I think, honestly, 2 meetings a month are really overkill, and I also believe that we should at least be attuned to the city employees' hardships, and that 6 o'clock is not unreasonable.
Commissioner Hendrick.
Yes.
Commissioner Hilfrank.
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen.
Yes.
Commissioner Rohrig.
Yes.
Commissioner Ross.
No, with the qualifier that if it helps the city employees, I'm happy to meet at 6.
Motion carried.
So that would take us down to the charter revision and amendment process.
Do you want mine?
I'm good. So, members of the commission, I previously issued to you a rather lengthy memorandum that discusses the difference between the procedures in doing a charter revision versus a charter amendment. And then I think at the beginning of the memo, because of its length, I asked you to read the conclusion first. And I think that at some point, as evidenced by your examination of the purchasing ordinance, is that me?
Yes.
Oh. Your review of the purchasing ordinance should make it clear to you, we're enacting that because we have to, but you can tell it derives itself from an archaic charter. And it's just an example of the work that the city needs to do on the charter. A charter revision is a long, drawn-out process. A series of amendments may be what the city needs to do. So there's an initial decision that has to be made. Do we want to do a revision, or do we want to do a series of amendments? The last one I did in a city was, I did 9 amendments, went on the ballot, all 9 passed, but it wasn't a total revision of their city charter, it was just amendments. Then what I think you should do is you should consider having a small group of people, maybe, some folks from the city or legal or whatever, do the first canvas of the charter. And the reason I say that is this: there are some things in your charter, they just have to be changed because of the law. And we can point those out. Some of the things in your charter just have to be changed because the law has changed. Then there are other things in your charter that are more discretionary that I think, one could read it and say, hey, maybe this should read a little different. And then gather that information up and then see where we're at, and then that can tell you, well, that's not enough really to do a whole revision. Let's pick them and amend them. So I think that's what I'm recommending you do. And we kicked this to, from last month to this month because it was a lengthy memo for you to digest. The process is daunting, but the process is doable. It happens. City of Birmingham just redid their whole charter and got it on the ballot successfully. So anyways, if you read my conclusion first, that's kind of where I'm at.
City of Birmingham revised their whole charter or amended their whole?
No, they did it. I think they did a revision of the charter.
Oh, okay.
So
Two-year process.
I'm of your opinion. Me personally, I couldn't say revision, amendment until we know the scope of what we need to fix.
Agreed.
So I think, I mean, if others agree, I can put this into a motion, but I think we should form a committee to review the charter page by page and come up with a list of problems, not solutions, but just where are the problems. And then we'll have a better idea of, is it just a little broke? Is it a lot broke? Where's it broke? So then we can kind of get an idea as to where it needs to go from there.
And you know, to avoid you know, dragging, you know, another meeting into people's lives, I mean, we can start that process within the city offices and then work itself, you know, into a full, however you want to do it. But I think you're right on the path. I just don't, it's up to you to decide mechanically how you want to do it. But I recommend you do that analysis up front.
Should we concentrate on the ones that were actually not in compliance with the law first before we do
I think
others?
I think we send it back to you, we say, here's some that you don't have a choice, you got to change this.
Right.
Here's some that are awkward and a little bit, you know, like the prohibition on where you tie your horse up. Those kinds of things are, you know, need to get revised. And some of them would be very glaring to you. They just, you know, your purchasing ordinance is one of them. The limits are too low. The process is archaic, right? It talks about funding mechanisms that I don't even know if they exist anymore. So there's some legal problems, and then you have some practicality problems, and then you get into the area where you as commissioners have to really think about it and say, are there things that, you know, we want to amend because, you know, we think it might function better? So yes, pluck the easy ones out first that have to get to the second level and then get to the real thinking level. But somebody a smaller group can probably present that to you. Not that they can make a decision, because we all know from our prior training students from last month that a committee never makes a decision, right? Right. And everything would be coming back to the commission.
So I'll make a crack at a motion, and, you know, we can amend it if need be. I'll make a motion that we form a committee to investigate the possible revision and/or amendment of the city charter. The committee shall be made up of the, city manager, city clerk, city attorney, and 3 commissioners. The committee shall abide by the Open Meetings Act, and that the committee shall cease to exist after the report is filed with the city commission and accepted. The purpose of the committee shall be to review the entire charter for any legal issues or any other issues that the committee feels may be in error and need to be updated or changed.
Support? Were you done?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Sorry. Okay, so we have the motion and we have the support. Is there any discussion?
We're going to establish when and how the committee meets.
I think the committee can figure out its meeting time and whatnot.
Should we nominate the committee?
Yeah, you need to pick
within
your.
this motion. I would like to be considered anyway.
I'd like to be on it, based on past history.
I'll be on it as well.
Mayor should be on
Do we need to vote on it or anything?
Well, we can only have 3. I don't want to have a quorum.
Yeah.
Right. To that end, is there a need to abide by the Open Meetings Act specifically?
Yes, remember, student, that I said, I don't care what kind of committee you form, I'm going to recommend you abide by the OMA. Right?
But there's only 3 commissioners, but I
It's
got it.
okay, it's okay.
That allows the public to.
Sure.
Remember, we talked about the litigation as to whether committees make decisions or,
I would
Agreed.
have been to dance off if.
Just wanted to clarify, yeah.
Does he have to amend his motion to include us?
so are we amending the motion
So-
to?
Bit two?
No. So I will amend my motion that the 3 city commission members be Mayor Vanden Bosch, Commissioner Hendrick, and Commissioner Ross.
Support.
So can you repeat it all over again? The whole thing?
No.
Together?
Did,
Okay.
Bill,
I
you
have
supported initially?
Commissioner Ross
think I
supporting
seconded.
initially?
I was.
Yeah, oh.
Oh, did he? Yeah, I think you did, yeah.
Brian, do you still support?
I still support, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a conflict of interest supporting my own
No, it is not.
committee membership. Okay, thank you.
Good job.
Okay.
Yes, I continue my support.
All right. If no other discussion, roll call, please.
Commissioner Bryson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hendrick?
Yes.
Commissioner Hilfring?
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen?
Yes.
Commissioner Rurik?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Mayor Vandembosch?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay.
Thank you on that one, I think it's important.
All right, move on to item 12A, new business. The resolution 002-2023, poverty exemption. And can I get a motion to approve it?
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 002-2023, City of Marine City Board of Review 2023 Poverty Exemption Policy and Guidelines.
Support.
Okay, have a motion and support. Any discussion?
This is an annual resolution that you get. It's a formality given to us by the assessor.
Okay. Have a roll call vote, please, if no further discussion.
Commissioner Hendrick?
Yes.
Commissioner Hilfring?
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen?
Yes.
Commissioner Rurik?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Mayor Vandembosch?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryson?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. Now we have the resolution 003-2023, the MDOT use right-of-way. Can I have a motion to approve resolution 003-2023 regarding the MDOT use right-of-way?
So moved.
Support.
Motion and support, and discussion, please.
This is another annual formality that usually is done in January for the year.
Regarding right-of-ways, just so everybody knows, Michigan is a platted community, so we got a lot of really weird right-of-ways along M29. That's all. Just information. It's crazy.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hilfring?
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen?
Yes.
Commissioner Rurik?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Mayor Vandembosch?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hendrick?
Yes.
Motion carried.
And item C, adoption of proposed budget schedule for the 23-24 fiscal year. And can I get a motion to adopt the proposed budget schedule for the 23-24 year as presented?
Make a motion to approve the 23-24 budget schedule as presented.
Support for discussion.
Okay, open discussion.
The only thing I have is just, since we just switched the day of our meetings from Monday through Thursday, should this reflect that?
Well, we usually did them actually, we usually did them on Tuesday, Wednesdays for the budget meetings, but What days can you meet?
Well, I
that
mean, I
week?
noticed that we have, Monday, April 3rd, Monday, April 17th, Monday, May 15th.
Yeah.
I'm assuming those days were chosen to coincide with a regular commission meeting.
Correct.
They have to change to the commission meeting, Thursdays.
So, yeah.
That's all.
I'm happy to amend my motion to change any commission meetings cited on the schedule to the correct voted upon day of Thursday.
Sorry, support.
All right, the only thing I have, though, is these are from 4 to 7, and normally we do them from 6 to 8 to allow the public again. And I still think we should have a second date like we used to. I know lately we've been getting them done in one, but I know things are a lot different this year based on all the issues we have, and I'm wondering if we shouldn't just schedule a second one just in case. I don't know what those dates are gonna be.
I know it.
Are you talk-
You are, I know you're right in that. In the past, we've always had a second day, and then if we don't use it, then we cancel the meeting.
Correct.
But at least it's there if you need it.
Right.
And we did, the budget work group on this one, we put prior to a commission meeting to not add another day during the week for everybody. So the one that we put on here was prior to leading in, then we knew we'd already have all of the commissioners. I know things get a little dicey when we're adding in Tuesdays or Wednesdays in the middle of the week because of work schedules and stuff. So we thought maybe it would be nice to add it on the front end of a commission meeting.
And
It makes for a long,
Yeah,
but
I don't.
everybody can be here.
Yeah, I don't want to put these on a regular commission meeting.
In April, you have the quarterly boards that meet on some of the Tuesdays there, too.
Well, I mean, it can be a different day. I don't care about that.
All right,
I just
but
would
if
like
you're-
to see 2 days.
if you're
Because now
scheduled
we're
to
not
do-
going to be doing Mondays. All these Mondays have to switch to Thursdays. So maybe a Wednesday, Thursday for the work group.
So if you keep it that same week of Monday, right now it's Monday, April 17th, that would be Wednesday, the 19th, and Thursday, the 20th. And that would lead into a commission meeting if you were to do it on the 20th, because there'd
Yeah,
be a commission meeting.
I'm not in favor of putting the budget into a commission meeting. And it's just, there's too much detail in there to do that.
Are there meetings the opposite Thursdays, second and fourth?
No? What way? I'm sorry, which ones?
In any given month? Could we do it, the meet for budget workshops, it'd be a big month of meetings, but I guess I'm asking, could the budget workshops be the missing Thursdays of that month of April?
The only Wednesday, Thursday pair that might potentially work would be the week of Easter, which is the 12th and 13th, because the following week, the 26th, you have a CED meeting on that Wednesday.
What else do you have that week?
Which week? The last week of the month?
With the CED meeting?
Pension is on that Tuesday.
But that's at 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't interfere.
That's potentially going to be an hour, yeah, 4:30 to 5.
But if we do them 6 to 8, it won't interfere.
On that Tuesday, but that Wednesday, it wouldn't work, because you have CED at 6 o'clock.
So what's on Monday?
Monday, the 24th, 300 Broadway at 5. I think that's it.
So we could do Monday, Tuesday?
So it'd be the 24th and the 25th of April.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to see all these dates. It's kind of hard to do this. Half these dates aren't any good, and so
Why don't I amend my motion to request that
Front
next-
part of this is okay, it's just that.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. So we need to abide by the beginning of it, right? But if it would suit you guys to go back and take a look, given the request of having a 2-day in a row thing, just that you could go back and look at it on your own and then be given some time instead of having to figure it out, right now. I feel maybe if we went, abide by the budget with the exception of Thursdays supplanting Mondays up to the week of February 20th, would that get a commission? Yeah, that would get a commission meeting back in. So we'd have a commission meeting in order to vote on the remainder of it, and that would give you guys some time
That would be fine.
to revise that.
So we're going to bring it back and revise it February 20th.
No, I'm just
Or
saying,
that, the next meeting thereafter.
right, the next scheduled commission meeting, which would be in another 2 weeks, right, plus a Thursday.
The next scheduled meeting is going to be February 9th, which is Thursday.
Okay. Then
No, I'm sorry. First and third, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that'd be February 2nd. So we have
Okay.
February 2nd and February 16th.
Would that be a sufficient amount of time for you to put things together,
Yes.
based on the suggestions? Okay.
And
I'd be willing to give you the second meeting. I mean, that's up to you guys.
I can do it.
By the 2nd?
Yes.
In all reality, all the dates through the April 3rd date have nothing to do with us. That's
Right.
really for,
Sure.
the internal city staff. So
Sure.
those dates can just stand as is. It doesn't matter.
Okay. So again, I'll amend my motion that we abide by the first two in this, which are, will have passed by the time our next commission meeting comes, but then that we give the city staff an ample opportunity to amend the budget with 2 days in a row of budget meetings outside of a commission meeting day.
From 6 to 8?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I'm reasonably flexible in time.
I agree with that.
I might refer for staff anyway. Right at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Instead of coming back at 7.
Jake originally supported that.
I'll re-support.
Thanks, man.
Okay. So, then motion and support. Nothing else? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Now we're on to the board appointment for commission, historical commission. There are 2 seats. And we have, I'm sorry, go ahead. We have three applicants. Scott Tisdale, Genevieve Prang, and we have John Sapienza.
I'd like to make one of the motions for one of the seats of John Sapienza.
Support.
Okay, for John Sapienza, any discussion?
No, just comments. John has a lot of good information for the exterior and the brick lane of that building. He's very,
Mr.
very
Hendrick,
now,
doesn't the nomination have to come from the mayor?
Yes, it does.
depends on the board, I guess.
I think this one requires the mayor. to
Oh.
nom-
Well, you gotta let us know.
Okay.
I just did.
Thank you.
Scott Tisdale would be a reappointment of a seat, just so you know. He was currently serving. He just didn't get his application to reapply for his seat in time for the December meeting.
All right, I'll nominate Scott Tisdale for reappointment to the seat Historical Commission. Can I get a second?
Support?
Got a motion and support, any discussion?
I mean, I've served on the Historical Commission, and Scott's a willing participant and comes to all the meetings. He's helpful.
Okay. Any other comment, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, for the second position, we have Genevieve Prang and John Sapienza. both have a lot of qualifications. I think Ms. Turner had spoke about Genevieve Prang and had a lot of recommendation for her. Also know John Sapienza has a lot of historical experience, historical restorations. He does own 3 historic buildings in town. Based on the recommendation, I think, from member of the Historical Commission, I nominate Genevieve Prang.
Support.
Any discussion?
I mean, I personally appreciate anybody that will step up and, yeah, it was, I think, a very difficult decision. And, yeah, I appreciate anybody's insight and encourage anybody to go to the meetings as well. Open Meetings Act, everything's open, and we appreciate any support that we can get. Sadly, we usually have to close public comment very early because the commission is the only one here. So.
Yeah. And I do appreciate, and I know John's got a lot of experience as well, but looking at both of them, just based on the recommendation from head of the Historical Commission, that's how I picked that one. Pick Genevieve.
Need a support?
Already got it?
No,
We were just on discussion. Anybody else? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay. Now we're down to the board appointment for the pension and retiree health care boards. We have 1 resident seat for that. I'll make a motion to appoint Cheryl Ross to the pension and retiree health care boards. And can I get a second?
Support with the clarification that there's no relation. It's a common last name.
All right, I have a motion and a support, and any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I'm sorry. Oh.
And now we're down to F and the recreational marijuana dispensary discussion. And that will be with Commissioner Hilbright.
All right. First of all, I just want to thank everybody that showed up to comment on this. Anytime people show up and have their voice heard, and that's what America's about. But yeah, this is just discussion today, so I don't want anybody to get too upset about what nothing is going to happen today. So yeah. Ultimately, you know, there was 2 main concerns for voters. One was empty storefronts and one was roads. I feel like this has the potential to take care of both of those. You know, 2 birds, 1 stone there. And I heard everybody's concerns. I absolutely wrote down everybody's concerns. Just want everybody to know that. You know, we picked this up, we started talking about this in 2019. The pandemic happened and everything just kind of got dropped to the wayside. I do have some figures for the board here. So this is last year's revenue sharing from the state. With regard to the pool of taxes that they collected for marijuana. And I've notated on there next to Lowell, Michigan, and underlined how much they received last year from the state. Lowell, Michigan is very comparable to Marine City as far as population and revenue and budget and all that. And you can see there that they got $282,000 last year from the state for having 5 marijuana businesses within the city limits there, 5 different licenses. So for each licensed business we have the potential to make $56,000 next year, or depending on how long this all takes to get in motion. If we decide we want to put it in motion, it could be 2 years, who knows? But I think it's worth having the discussion. I think everybody should come to the table and really, some people showed up tonight and had their voices heard. But I think a conversation, a back and forth conversation is really what we need here. And for that reason, I think we should have a town hall, in a couple weeks here, and just sit down and talk about it and, address some of you guys' concerns out there. I grew up in this town, lived here since I was 10 years old. So I know what it's all about the kids and what they went through growing up here. And trust me, they didn't have any problem finding marijuana anywhere. It's been here, it's gonna be here. So trying to put a stop to marijuana businesses simply for the kids, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, there's delivery that can take from other dispensaries and deliver here. I think it's more valuable to educate and to have parents really sit down with their kids and talk to them about edibles, talk to them about vaping. I just think that's a lot more valuable than just throwing it all aside, because like I said, it's here anyways. And that's about it. Anybody else have any questions, concerns, comments off the bat?
So the city hasn't been approached by anybody, and the city hasn't?
No. Nope. Nobody's approached me or anybody within the city. This was just something, like I said, that was brought up in 2019, and pandemic happened, and the conversation just died at that point. Yep. So I think it's just, we should continue the conversation. If that conversation, goes the other direction and people decide they don't want to do it, that's fair. But we need to have the conversation. Like somebody mentioned, with the recreational marijuana vote, the people of the city did vote for that. Did they vote to have those businesses? No, they didn't vote for that. But we got to keep in mind that there's an overwhelming support for it. I did do a poll on Facebook a few weeks back, before I even thought about. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Excuse me. Thank you.
Please.
So that is a valuable tool just to get a pulse. Is it going to be absolutely spot on? Of course not. But the numbers are worth looking at. Now, 414 people participated in that poll, which was a big number as far as the polls I've done on that page. I don't think I've ever had over 150 people actually vote. So people were very interested in the conversation. And only 21% of the people that responded to that poll were opposed to marijuana businesses. So like I said, it's worth having the conversation. It's worth getting everybody to the table, being realistic about what people's concerns are, and trying to just not let a lot of the fear-mongering stuff take over and just be realistic about it and what the dangers really are, I think is huge. So I would just, I would like to make a motion that we consider having a town hall the week of the 30th of January, depending on people's availability, totally open on days there. And then I would like to put together a presentation myself with some of the questions and concerns that people had that they brought today, and do a little presentation to address those concerns, hear other people's concerns, and like I said, just have a conversation about it and see where we're at with it, and then go from there.
So, commissioners, I understood this would be a topic, I gave you some background that you can review at your own time there. You know, when the Medical Marijuana Facility Licensing Act was before you, if you took no action, that was an action to not participate. And then when recreational came, it was the opposite. You had to take action if you didn't want to participate. And then on both the recreational, on March 7th of 2019, the city passed an ordinance which prohibits all marijuana establishments, and that passed unanimously on the first reading and unanimously on the second reading. I understand what you've said earlier, that the law says, except as provided in Section 4, a municipality may completely prohibit or limit the number of marijuana establishments within its boundaries, but individuals may petition to initiate an ordinance. I've been through the petition initiatives in different communities, and
Interim just ran into a big problem with their city ordinance as opposed to their voter
yeah.
ordinance. That's what we're battling about right now.
Yeah, and I'm one of the attorneys on the Warren litigation, so I understand. So I just want you to be advised where we stand procedurally, but it doesn't prohibit what Mike is suggesting. It just, you need to understand, we have an ordinance in place that prohibits facilities, and that was voted unanimous. Lisa, you voted for that. I think Mr. Clausen, you were around when we voted for that. So anyways, we have the hurdle of that ordinance being in place, but certainly this commission can take action as it determines what it's, you know, these public meetings bring the fruit or, you know, whatever you guys learn. But that's where we're at procedurally.
So what would be more advisable for people that would support it to go seek a petition?
Well, that has happened. There are citizens initiatives that have happened in various communities where the community votes to have no facilities, and then what happens is you open yourself up to the citizens doing a petition to initiate an ordinance, and that ordinance just has to define, the ordinance initiative petition just has to say, we want 5. It doesn't get into detail. It gives you, you know, it tells you the number you're going to have. The downside of that is if you look at the ordinance that I've prepared for other communities and has been used fairly consistently in smaller communities, is you lose the opportunity to gain the regulation over odor, security, timing, hours of operation, things that you would want to regulate. So you get forced upon you a number, and it may not be the way you want to end up. So what other communities have said is, well, let's get ahead of the potential of a citizens initiative, and let's do it ourselves so we can do it the way we want to do it.
So are we in some sort of gray area, though, having already said by a previous commission, no?
You're not in a gray area. You took a position. You took a position. You didn't do anything except take a position. But what I'm saying is that the position you have taken under the law that prohibits is, at any time since you've done that, and that's been, what, 3 years, a citizens initiative could have been made, but it hasn't.
Sure.
But the only reason why we did it that way back then was because the state didn't have all the rules and laws in place yet on how it was going to work, correct?
In 2000, but you waited a while. We didn't do this right away. By 19, most of the regulations were in place. By when you voted on this.
Then that was during COVID started, and then it just fell by the wayside. It really did.
Well, I understand, but it didn't fall by the way. You took action.
But we never went back to it.
You had me draft an ordinance, and then you passed it.
Well, what I can tell the commission to save us some time is if you guys want to pass it, we're going to introduce the voters.
I didn't know this was public speaking.
Yeah, I didn't
know you could speak.
allow him to speak in public continually.
Sir, please.
So,
Just so you guys know, it's coming.
Mr. Lucky?
So,
Okay, please.
So yeah, yes, we did pass a motion to, because you had to opt out. You had to opt out or it would be allowed, so it was required. And then at that point, Mr. Moran, the chairperson of the Planning Commission, was doing a presentation talking about setbacks. And we were trying to figure out what setbacks would be possibly appropriate. And that was the last thing that happened.
yeah, so the law itself has one set of the setbacks. It states that the property where the proposed marijuana established is to be located cannot be within an area zoned exclusively for residential use, and cannot be within 1,000 feet of a pre-existing public or private school providing education in kindergarten or any grades 1 through 12. And then there's a comma, unless a municipality adopts an ordinance that reduces this distance requirement. And if you look at the ordinance I provided you with, the community in that community did modify that a little bit. But they added some setbacks too, related to churches. They added, and they also added setbacks related to rehab facilities. They didn't want a marijuana facility right next to a rehab facility. Go figure. If you read what I've given you, I ended up giving you, the your ordinance. I gave you the some of the key definitions. I gave you a model ordinance for you to take a look at, which would help you prepare your thinking on this.
But I think all you're asking for is discussion.
Yeah, just a town hall,
Yeah.
see where people are.
Yeah, I can tell you in another community of your size, we did 6. We did 6 town hall meetings on the issue. In order to avoid the competitive process, we did a geographic permitted zone. In a different community, we established a zoning box where these uses were deemed permitted.
The green zone.
Right, so that we didn't get into ranking or scoring. I think this community, like other communities, is way too small to get into the competitive process of scoring and trying to be the arbiters of, who was at the counter first on timing and those, all the things that led to the litigation. So,
Can you expand how that's relevant as far as the size of the city and competitive process?
It's not that it can't happen, Mike. It's what I'm saying is when you have a city staff, and you start to say, we're gonna take the first 5 complete applications. Let's say that's the way you said it. Then you've got a city staff who has to be the arbiter of who got it there when, and when was it deemed complete. And that puts a lot of review pressure.
So from the staffing point.
From a staffing standpoint. The second thing is that a lot of the litigation has involved some of the more arbitrary aspects of the competitive process. For example, there were communities that tried to put elements of competitiveness, would say, if you've invested in the city, you get an extra 2 points, or if you donated money to a charitable cause within the city, you get an extra 5 points. I don't know, the city of Detroit, if you have a blood relative in the government, you get 10 points. I don't know, there's all kinds, and you know what I'm talking about. The competitive process got a little arbitrary in communities. So one of the ways around that is to simply zone it in. And then if you're in the box, you're in the box. If you're not in the box, you're not in the box. And you make it a permitted use, and then you send it to your planning commission to work on security plans, odor plans, landscaping plans, facade plans, the whole scope.
Yeah.
So the law allows you to regulate as a community time, place, and manner.
Right.
And then you go from there.
So yeah, just because you mentioned facades and what the building
Yep.
looks like, you can regulate all that, so it's not going to look like a candy store if we do decide to move forward, just so people know that it doesn't, there's not like lollipops on the outside and bright colors. They're very nondescript buildings most of the time.
Anyways, just information for you. I saw the questions coming, so give you a little advanced reading.
Okay. Do we
Well,
need-
Bob, just for you, I have units that we got problems at, that have it. And even if you restrict it by the dimensions, it also is from, if there's a residential, it's like Cotterville has residential, and you say 1,000 feet, and it hits into that throws it out.
Yeah, I think what we did with the planning commission, and I know Mr. Moran is sitting here, I think what we did to the planning commission was we said, you know, can you go back and do like a radius thing? You know, and we drew circles. So we just using the setbacks, we drew circles, and we determined, well, where could it possibly be in the city of Marine City where it wouldn't violate the setback? Isn't that what we did?
Yeah, we first of all try to decide if there was room to legally put a marijuana facility, given, we chose the largest setback we could come up with, 1,000 feet, what we
Yeah.
thought was reasonable.
It was actually 500.
And then we said, okay, given that as the radius, is there room in the city for marijuana business? And it turns out there is. There are select pockets
Right.
here and there.
Right.
And it would be up to the person that has a dispensary to adequately find some place that would fit the zoning that the planning commission and the commission eventually decided on. But it's not out of the question.
Right. When you get time, read the ordinance at Exhibit 5, and it could give you some of the thought process that went into an ordinance that would allow you control, which if this is gonna happen, you want control.
Yeah.
But on the same hand, wouldn't lead to litigation.
Yep.
Bob, could I add something to that?
No, go ahead.
Ultimately, the planning commission is gonna be charged with the initial ordinance, subject to the city commission's approval. It would be helpful if the city commission came up with the guidelines that they wanted in terms of, we want 1,000 feet, we want 500 feet, we want whatever, so that we don't wind up bouncing back and forth, spinning our wheels, revising. So, we're responsible for coming up with the ordinance, but we sure would appreciate it if you would give us some guidance as far as what you're willing to permit within the city.
Yeah, just to add a little more context to that, New Baltimore did decide to do 300 feet from schools, from parks, from childcare, from
Yep.
church. So you can adjust it as you prefer for your particular community. But like I said, I mean, given the revenue sharing and the $56,000 per license, and, like I mentioned earlier, I would like the city manager to start exploring USDA loans to get some more of these roads fixed. And some of this added revenue could take care of those road payments. So like I said, we're dealing with empty storefronts and possibly roads at the same time. This isn't just about the money. This is about voters and what their concerns were and trying to address those concerns.
So related to the revenue sharing, the only thing that concerns me, I mean, speaking just strictly regarding the money involved here, we came back from out east, drove through Monroe, Michigan, which now has, I don't know, 6 or 8 dispensaries, I'm not sure, but they have quite a few. There's billboards leading from Ohio into Michigan, advertising them. So they're not yet listed here. That just says there's one in Monroe County altogether. So I'm only trying to say what I fear is it's 56,000 right now, but there's a whole ton of them now in Monroe County, in Monroe, the city itself. Now, is that gonna thin everything out? I mean, would need to make just a windfall of money for it to equal the 56,000 again. So I think that, because what that number is based on, I did some reading too, and what that number is based on is the total number of marijuana facilities divided by the amount of tax revenue that they generated, and it breaks it down by percentages as to what goes to a county, what goes to the actual city where this marijuana facility resides, and then actually other monies go to education and things like that. But it does get broken down. But as you start to increase the denominator, you know, as all these things start increasing, then the number you're dividing all this money by is a lot. Well, the number you're dividing all the money by is a lot greater, and if the money doesn't increase proportionally, then it might not be 56,000 in the future. I'm not saying it isn't, but I just happened to notice this with my own eyes rolling from Ohio into Michigan. It seems like a lot of people are doing this, and it'll be interesting to see where that lands, say, for the 2022, or this was 2020, no, this was fiscal year 2021 to March
Yeah,
2022.
that data's
So in March 2023, it'll be very interesting to see, you know, if all those ones that came online, is it still 56,000 anymore, or is it like 20? Because, you know, that.
Well, generally, the money that's returned to communities, and I think I'm right here, is due to how many retail facilities you have in the community.
Yeah, it's not how well they do.
Well, it's not,
merely
you know,
do you have,
for example, in this model, in this ordinance, we allowed processing facilities,
No, it's all licenses.
retailers, marijuana safety compliance facility, and secure transporters. You have no say on transporters, they can operate anywhere. So, I do think you'd have to, it's not only would you have to examine where you might want these, but you have to examine what type of facility are you willing to tolerate in your community. So you know, there are grow facility sizes, you know, you have large grows, you have medium, you know, I can give you the numbers, but you don't have to allow all of them. You don't have to do Class A, Class B, and Class C. You could do one or more. So you know, I think what you have to look at is, you know, if this is gonna happen in your community, you wanna be in control of it. You do not wanna be, you do not want somebody dictating what happens in your community.
So we wouldn't want to leave this to a ballot measure, is what you're saying?
No, because you will lose control.
You want to control the licenses.
Yes, that too.
So if they only have one license to sell, they can't grow there.
Right. Just
And they can't process. So I have a unit that they're having problems with parking because they put it in a district that didn't allow for parking for a commercial. And it's just a headache right now.
Right.
Just to kind of comment on Brian, what he had stated there. So the tax revenue, which is possible, I mean, it very well could go down. That is possible. But the state keeps pretty good records with sales from month to month, year to year. And if you look at the overall sales of November 2022 compared to November 2021, the sales are up over 50%. So as more communities get involved in this, as cannabis becomes more accepted with the older population, more people are buying, more people are spending money. So that increase in sales obviously comes back in revenue. And number two, it was written into the law that $20 million had to go to marijuana research with regard to health effects the first 2 years while the first 2 years of this program, the recreational program. So after the 2 years, they no longer have to dole out that 20 million to research, so that will be added to the pool as well.
But if the amount went up by 50% and so the revenue, whatever, went up by 50%, and then the amount of the stores doubled, then that would be cut in half, right? So I'm
That
just
is a
saying
very real
that's-
possibility. Yep.
That's the way that it works,
Absolutely.
and there's no guarantees of the money, I guess is my point.
Last year, it was 56,000. This year, it was 28,000 last year, is how much was given out to communities. So it literally doubled from last year to this year.
Okay. So you wanted to set up a town hall?
Yeah.
On the January 30th?
Yeah, just allow, like I said, I want to put together a presentation, start to address some of the concerns that people have, and allow everybody to have a conversation rather than, they get up there and talk, and then we talk, just have a real conversation about it.
So in order to schedule that or get that, we have to make a motion on that, or?
Well, he made the
Oh,
motion.
you made the-
Yeah, I did. I made a motion to set up a town hall for the week of the 30th
Do we have to
of
do the
January.
motion with the exact date, time kind of thing?
I mean, it depends when people can do it, so I guess I'd amend my motion.
What's available?
Does that have to comport with the Open Meetings Act?
Yes.
I don't know what's going on.
Do you have a specific time that you were thinking?
I'm open what people think, between 6 or 7 probably.
What day of the week, is that a Monday?
Well,
Well, he said the week of the 30th,
Yeah.
not necessarily the
Yeah, it doesn't have to be
30th.
the
Oh, I'm
30th.
sorry.
Just I'm open, I'm just leaving it, let people,
I'm just concerned you're adding a lot of additional burden, of course, on my office, and I can't speak to my city clerk or my deputy clerk to be able to find out if she's got availability that week either.
Mike, I'd like to be there.
Yeah.
I'm gone, I'll be back on February 1st, just Monday through Wednesday. So if it was Thursday, it would be good.
Thursday's the
But that's
fir-
is that our meeting?
Thursday's the commission meeting that month.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And we could always do it the hour before.
No, you need, I'm
Yeah,
attorney,
Yeah.
you need some time for this.
Yeah.
Do you want to come back on the 3rd and find a date for that?
I'd rather set a date, if, whatever, yeah, I want to set a date.
How about the following week? Would that be all right?
Yeah, if the 30th doesn't work for people, then yeah, I'm okay with the following.
I can already speak to the 7th and say that that's not going to work that week, because we're gonna have to move our pension board meeting to the first Monday in February. I'm sorry, the first Tuesday in February. Our chair is out of the country on the 31st, which is when the normal meeting would take place.
Have you notified the board? I mean, I wasn't aware of that, and I'm on the pension board.
I just became aware of that recently, that she was out of the country. That she was gonna be out of the country on a cruise. So no, I haven't sent out that agenda, I haven't sent out any emails yet in regards to that.
Well, listen, I mean, I don't have to be there, so keep your
When is
beginning week
presentation?
of the 30th.
Okay.
Monday?
Well, she,
So if we move the pension board meeting, which is what's on the table right now as far as with that board, we could always do the 31st, which is a Tuesday.
Fine by me?
what
6
time?
o'clock, 6 o'clock start?
Yeah, that's fine. That was the 31st, you said?
Yeah, Tuesday the 31st.
I'll support that.
So this should go out, with an agenda, date, time, place, subject matter.
Attachments, if there's any that can go out to the public in advance.
Yeah, I'll be in contact with you regarding that. Yeah.
Cool, sounds good.
Still gonna get a location big enough for this meeting? I don't think this room's gonna handle it.
That's what we've got right now, so I guess I can pull out some extra chairs.
You could look at Washington Life Center, but that would cost you.
Yeah.
Let's see what we end up with at this meeting and if there's gonna be a subsequent meeting scheduled. So we've got the whole vestibule out there, we can add
We can
chairs,
add
there's a bunch in the
chairs.
back. So we can add at least 2 or 3 more rows of chairs.
Sounds good to me.
So have motion and support. Any other discussions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. We have no items removed from the consent agenda. So now we go on to the city manager's report, January 4th, 2020.
I'll keep that short and sweet tonight. It's in the packet. A lot of the grants are on the near of coming to fruition. One this week even. The marina properties were closed on at the end of the year, finalizing everything with the DNR Trust Fund. Awaiting the stakeholder group information from the Marine City Corridor studies to hand out to the locals. The audit is wrapping up, and that presentation will be taking place at the very beginning of February, the first meeting in February. It will be turned in time to the state by the end of January. I'd say those are probably the big ones that I wanted to hit and make you aware of. Oh, and the other one was our bids did come back on the master plan. I submitted it to 9, I believe it was 9 firms across the state, east of Lansing, south of Saginaw, north of Ann Arbor. That would be reasonable for driving distances, that specialized in master planning. And we received 4 RFPs back, which the Planning Commission did take a look at last week. And we have set up meetings for their top 3 to come in and actually interview in front of the Planning Commission to see who'd be the best fit. So.
Will we see the costs on that?
They're in the Planning Commission packets, but yes, it was all in the packets.
Okay. And now we were on to the Commissioner Privilege Liaison Reports. And we can start with Commissioner Clausen.
Well, just that the planning commission looked at they were looking at doing the master plan, so they were looking at bid proposals for companies to give us an estimate on cost, and there was 4 or 5 of those, and out of that, they picked 3 to come back and interview, I believe it was, so. Otherwise, everybody else have a good day. Take care. I'm still on the roads.
Okay. Commissioner Bryson?
Yes, and I'd like to apologize in advance for dragging a long meeting on even longer. I'd like to address some of the comments and the actions that were taken at our last meeting. And before I do so, I'd like to lay out 2 visions, if you will, for a workforce. Workforce A is content, they are trusted, they are empowered. A workforce like that will stay an extra 5 or 10 minutes to get something done. They get rewarded not only by financial compensation, but by a sense of accomplishment. When they leave at the end of the day, they're generally happy. Workforce B is degraded, micromanaged, nitpicked. Workforce B takes an extra 5 or 10 minutes at lunchtime, takes a couple extra minutes in the can when they're using the restroom. Workforce B can't wait to get out of work. They want to get home as fast as they can. In fact, they don't want to be they want to be anywhere but work. Workforce A is efficient. Workforce B is the definition of inefficiency. So, I know some of you don't have a lot of experience managing people, so here's a little primer for you. When you tell an employee that they don't matter, that their opinions don't matter, it's a big deal to them. And that it kills their morale, it kills their desire to do good. And now they turn into, what do I need to do to get a paycheck? When you nitpick to death, all of a sudden, people who might want to go that extra mile, take on an additional duty, say, no, I'm done. It's not my job description. I'm going to go else. I'm not going to do it. And eventually, you will have people start leaving. They'll say, I found a new job. It doesn't pay as much, but I can be happy there. And they'll go. When we didn't postpone the scheduling discussion till this meeting because the city manager was absent, that sent a message to the employees saying, your opinions don't matter. When a comment was made saying, if you don't like it, well, we can find new employees. That is a slap in the face to every employee out there. And I can tell you from personal experience, it is hard to find employees, especially one that isn't going to be on this all the time. I know in our discussions we've said, well, not some of us have said, I get what the employees say, but our duty is to the public. We represent the public, absolutely, but our duty is to having a well-run and efficient city government. If you have, and I'll give you a couple very hypothetical examples. And first, I apologize to Michelle. I have never spoken to her about this. I'm just picking her name as just an example. She and I have never dialogued. This is not meant to represent her opinion at all. If Michelle is now angry, tired of every grant proposal she sends up here being browbeaten to death, she can just say, it's not part of my job description. I'm tired. I'm not going to do it. It's not. She can certainly say that. And what's going to happen is now the city either loses grant money and grant opportunities, or the city has to pay for a grant writer, and then they still might lose the opportunity. Either way, the public loses. So you do, even in trying to do a service and to help the public, you do them a disservice, and you really are punishing them. Another hypothetical. You have an employee with a fair amount of experience. They say, I'm getting fed up. I don't want to be nickel and dime to death. I'm tired of being under a microscope. And they leave in, maybe give you 2 weeks notice, if that. All their institutional knowledge left is going to leave with them. That means that whoever comes in to replace them is going to have to start from scratch. It means that the city becomes less efficient. It means it's harder to get things done. And it means that little bit of knowledge that says, ooh, there's an extra brick under that manhole. I need to watch out for that. That's gone. So it leads to cost overruns on the back end. Again, you try to help the public, but you're hurting them instead. We need to be much more attentive to how we treat our employees. We need them to know that their voices do matter. Not that it's going to go their way all the time, but their voices do matter, and whenever possible, we should try and find at least a middle ground instead of saying, no, this is the way it's going to be. Going that approach is going to drive them out of here. We need to start trusting the employees to act like the professionals they are. Someone who's being micromanaged is going to go elsewhere because it tells them that they're not being trusted to do their job. If they aren't being trusted to do their job, why are they there in the first place? Our employees deserve our respect. They deserve our trust, not to be under a microscope. So I would hope that other board members will consider that in the future. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Helfrich?
Yeah, just want to thank everybody again for coming out, speaking on the marijuana issue. Obviously, we got, it's pretty divisive, right? We got people on one side and the other with very strong opinions. And I really look forward to bringing those opinions to the table and having a civil conversation, a constructive conversation. And that's all I got.
Sure.
So, several months ago, when Commissioner Hendrick was under fire and all of that played out, I was the deciding vote that decided to keep her. And in that, I asked for everybody to please chill out. What it looks like is on the table tonight with our closed session is not chilling out, but revenge the other way. And that leaves me deeply saddened. I mean, I was really hopeful that we would move forward as a commission, hopeful that we could constructively and together go through and, as I feel like we actually did do tonight, explain what we would like to see in a city manager and how we can move forward best as a board and a committee with the people that we have that, as Jake mentioned, are exceedingly difficult to find these days. So you could say this was voted for. You could say a whole lot of things. I'm hoping tomorrow when I wake up, we still have the same staff in our city offices. I, for one, am exceedingly grateful for what they've done, what they've attempted to do, what they have been able to do given the circumstances, and I feel that they're being quite shorted on the full story as to what that is. So I do appreciate their work very much, and I hope that the rest of Marine City can see it that way too, even though that may not be the narrative that's being told in some circles. Nextly, I am, with regards to the marijuana discussion, for at least the discussion for the concerns that the attorney had regarding, you don't want anything crammed down your throat. But I will recognize, based on the amount of people here tonight, I counted 1 for and a whole slew against. So that's 2 is what it is. Nonetheless, I, again, do really appreciate everybody coming out, involving yourselves in what is democracy, and that warms my heart that we were able to take place, that was able to take place tonight. Moving on to other boards I serve on, the Historical Commission meets tomorrow night. We'd be excited to welcome some new board members, and we'll be talking about historical properties within the nautical mile district that may or may not be contributing to the historical theme or presence of the city. That's all I've got. And again, thank you all for coming.
I guess the only thing I'll say is, I just want to thank Mike for his 44 years of service. I was here on this board when you became the DPW director head. I remember that very, very well, and you've done a lot of work for this city, and I want to thank you very, very much for all the hard work you have done for the city.
Seconded.
Okay.
I don't have any comments tonight. Just be safe out there, please.
Hey, I just have a few things. Again, I want to thank Mike as well. And for all your years of service and everything you've done for this community and how you've served the city. Thank you. I'd like to thank Pastor Joe and Tim from Harvest Event Center for their assistance during the December 23rd power outage. For those that didn't know, on that day, and it was about 7 degrees, the entire grid on the east side of the city went down, power grid. We were looking at, again, 7-degree weather, several hours until power restoration. Started working on a plan. They opened up to us to be a warming center for several hours until the power came back on. And I'd also like to thank Commissioner Hendrick and Chief Heslop, who assisted at the center, Commissioner Vanavash, and Homeland Security Emergency Management Director Justin Westmiller also assisted with our notifications, getting out to the people and the residents outside of just Facebook, but through the WIN system and other means. I do want to address an issue with our budget and finances. If anybody can come back or watch a video, our next meeting, you'll get to see some issues that we were having, and that's one of the reasons why we had pushed off deciding where the funds would go from the sale of South Water Street. We had to file the audit late. The extension was denied from the state, and so that is going to create some bond issues. Not that we may not be able to get bonds for 12 months, but we may have some issues with those if needed. And then we'll also see some serious and significant findings that have occurred that need to be addressed, and then with the hopes that we don't repeat any of that in the future. And we're going to get our amendments at our next meeting, so our current budget then will be up to date. And anybody who doubts me, I'll tell you that I love the city and the community, and I've been deeply involved in it past 30 years. I've served in many ways, such as a public safety first responder, member of the public service organizations, and have volunteered in many community events with various groups. And I will work hard to keep making sure we keep moving the city forward. And with that, it's time for the closed session.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I am going to waive my closed session. I want to do this in public. I'd like the public to hear.
Okay.
So Commissioners, under the city manager's contract, she has a right to go in closed session, but can waive that contract right. And under MCL 15.268A, she holds the key as to whether any review of her performance in any way goes to closed session. So if I'm hearing it right, she's waiving her contract right to a closed session and her Open Meetings Act right to a closed session.
That is correct.
All right.
Here's your sheet.
So I guess the introduction I had was meeting tonight to discuss myself being approached by members of the commission that have lost confidence in the performance of the city manager per her contract. And with that, I will open it up to whoever wants to speak on it.
All right. I guess we're just gonna do this. I'm gonna make a motion to terminate the contract of the city manager, Holly Tapman, effective immediately this date, January 16th, 2023, for the following: not carrying out the duties and functions as outlined in the city charter, not keeping the commissioners adequately advised on the business of the city, not communicating in a timely and professional manner with the members of this commission, not dealing effectively and openly with members of the public in a fair and equitable way, and not carrying out the policy directions of the commission as a whole.
Support.
Okay, I have a motion and support, and any discussion?
I personally think this is outrageous. At no time has the city commission as a whole ever disciplined the city manager. Not once. And please remember that the city commissioners don't get to speak on their own behalf. The city commission has to vote as a body. Never once has the city commission even come close to recommending any disciplinary action to the city manager. Just because one may have wanted it doesn't mean that is the way it is. So I'm having a really hard time even seeing grounds for termination. I mean, normally you have to give someone, hey, you did wrong, fix it or else. But that hasn't even shown up yet. So forgive me, but this sounds to me like just asking for a wrongful termination suit, if it even goes that far. And again, I can promise you, you have a city manager who's well-liked and respected by her peers and her subordinates. What do you think that's going to do to the rest of the people who work for her? You're going to have people jumping ship left and right, and you're going to trash the morale even worse than it already is. You would be doing a horrible disservice to this city by going forward with this.
I'd ask how many people on the commission phoned Curtis to ask about our actual financial situation and the findings of the audit.
I've talked to him.
So the report he gave me anyway was that it was not that dire, and that the city manager had actually worked her butt off to get him some information that was needed today. The bond issues that we may have in the future are just that we have an additional piece of application process to go through, not that we would be denied a bond. The way that you get it if you meet every audit scenario is that they sort of, the way he explained it was kind of give you a fast pass to getting a bond through. But a little bit of additional paperwork and you're there. So the straits that we may be in are not as dire as could be painted. The city manager has managed to, granted at long last, but hire a very competent and very well spoken of treasurer by the auditor. I feel we owe it to the community to let them know that our auditor feels this way and feels that the worst thing we could do is not stay the course with her and get our financial situation back into a good one. Again, the straits are not necessarily dire, according to our auditor, but things need to be done. It is specifically why I asked on tonight's, for next year's review, that we, have an outline of the, and Commissioner Hendrick, you agreed with this and sort of suggested the same thing, maybe with some milestones, but that we have an outline of the schedule of what needs to go to the auditor when, we have it in front of us at all times, and can easily adhere to that. We know that City Manager Tatman is not a treasurer herself. She has, again, hired a very competent one, and one that our auditor himself feels is going to work out just fine, so long as we can keep her.
I would also like to ask that Lisa, or anyone else for that matter, provide specific events and dates not just a blanket statement for whatever infractions that occurred, along with the actions of the city commission at that time. If the city commission approved the action, then there's nothing wrong with it. It's been blessed. And keep in mind, you're going to have to do that in front of a judge if the city manager is terminated and files a wrongful termination suit. So let's hear the evidence.
I gave you the terms.
That's not enough evidence. I want
That's what you're
specific examples.
That's what you're getting.
Just saying it isn't enough. You have to prove it, and you probably will have to prove it in a court of law.
So I'm just gonna come out and say, as somebody mentioned at the podium today, it's important we're all on the same team, okay? And that goes for the administration, department heads, the council. We all need to be on the same team. And that's all I'm gonna say. Other than that, at the advice of the city attorney, we have nothing else to say about it besides what was read by Commissioner Hendrick.
Well, any advice that I rendered came from the charter. The city manager works at the pleasure of the city commission under the charter. That's one of your charter provisions. I think we've talked about that.
Madam Mayor, can I just say a couple words?
Absolutely.
So I think that in the 2.5 months that this board has been here, there hasn't really been an opportunity to work together. I think there's been inadequate attempts, but I don't think that the opportunity to work cohesively in a forward momentum has been there, because I think that there was determined perspectives by incoming members that already existed before anybody had a chance to get to know me, how I operate, how the staff operates, and how we can cohesively work together. I think that it's irresponsible that this board would make an action after only 2.5 months of working with me. This is the second commission meeting that you've sat here with me, and you've worked on no major projects with me. I have a 1.5 years under the former commission with, and I'm grateful for everybody who was here tonight and who wrote letters talking about all the amazing things that we did together. I didn't do that on my own, and they didn't do it on their own. We all did it together. This group has not had an opportunity to get to that point, and apparently you don't want to give me that opportunity to get to that point, and I do think that's unfortunate, because I do think the city is going in a great direction. I think this is a great town that has a lot of potential, and there's a lot of wonderful people in this town, and there's a lot of wonderful things that we can continue to do. But I don't think that you are giving this a chance. And so if that is the perspective that you want to take, if that is the route you want to take, there's nothing that I'm going to say up here that's going to change your mind. But I do want to make a point to say thank you to everybody in this community who has supported me, supported the staff, who has gone to bat on the issues that we thought were the best thing for this community. I would like to applaud the volunteers and the committee members who come and fight every month for the good of the city and the projects that are ahead. I can't thank the staff enough for coming to work every day under some pretty crappy conditions, where they fought every day to do what they thought was the best thing to do in their job, and were willing to take the lumps from people on the commission, even though they knew it was the right thing to do, boots on the ground. There's a division of power in government for a reason. There's an administration that runs the day-to-day. That's what they do. They run the day-to-day. Their roles and responsibilities are different than the commission that sits up here. The commission that sits up here oversees appropriations and policy. And there needs to be a separation of power. it's concerning, and it should be concerning to residents and business owners of this town that there may be a lack of division in power going forward when they're cherry picking the people who are going to sit on the administration. You lose your power, folks. You lose yours. So again, I thank you for everybody who has worked with me and supported me on everything. I don't think that I have done anything wrong. I have surpassed all the expectations that have been put in front of me, and even when there weren't expectations put in front of me, I have surpassed the goals that were on a piece of paper for the former city manager. I've done nothing wrong except bust my butt for this community for the last year and a half. Blood, sweat, and tears, literally, away from my family and my friends and my love of everything outside of work. But I did it because I'm passionate about public servant. I've been a public servant for my entire career. It's what I do, it's who I am, and it's what I will continue to do in a place that wants me. So on that note, do what you're here to do, Madam Mayor.
Is there anybody here that would be willing to do perhaps a shortened evaluation period? We gave a pretty detailed laundry list of evaluation points to do. Would that be anything that would be considerable to shorten an evaluation list? Time frame?
No.
Okay. All right.
My personal opinion is this needs to get sorted out tonight.
Okay.
This cannot drag on. This is going to be a cancer that eats the city until it's decided one way or another.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I guess I just want to reiterate, our auditor feels like the best way for the city to move forward from a financial standpoint is to keep intact the administration that is here. And if we have a bunch of people dropping like flies, that is unequivocally going to not be the best thing for the city. Now, he brought up to me today, upon my asking, I asked if there was ever another time when the audit was not fulfilled in a timely manner as it is now. And I believe it was the 11 or so years ago when the big recall vote happened. So if we want to go back to that level of lack of city government and issues with hiring people, which is very difficult right now, finding quality people, or especially for the pays that have been negotiated, it's going to be very, very difficult. And I fear immensely for the city going forward should we dismiss anybody on this staff. That's all I can say. So, in short, a vote yes is a vote to move the city backwards considerably.
Need to call the vote.
Yep, no other. All right, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Van den Bosch.
No.
Commissioner Bryson.
No.
Commissioner Hendrick.
Yes.
Commissioner Hilfrink.
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen.
Yes.
Commissioner Rohrig.
Yes.
Commissioner Ross.
Absolutely not.
Motion carried.
Cowards and fools. Wow. Cowards and fools.
How do we take back our vote? Can we
All right.
Can we do a recall? You're the attorney.
You can do whatever you want.
How do we do it? Tell us how to do it.
Good night, Dawn. Good night, Dawn.
Just look up recall.
No, we're not finished with the meeting.
No, meeting's not done yet.
Let them clear out.
Can we get a motion to adjourn?
To make my motion?
You still have to, you never went into close, so there's no motion to come out. You just have to do a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
No, we're not
Well,
finished.
Or you're not?
Doing a question.
Oh, you got, oh, I'm sorry, but eventually you have to do,
Oh, they already did.
eventually you have to do a,
Oh, yeah, we got.
you don't have to come out of close because you didn't go in.
I'm very sorry.
Right, 'cause we didn't go in.
I've worked
We're
with
not-
you for a year and a half, and I'm very sorry.
They say they're not done, Cheryl.
All right.
All right, is there another? You know,
Yeah,
wait
we
till
have to
we-
finish. We have to
All right, the meeting is gonna continue.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
Yep.
It's just to adjourn.
No.
No, I've got motion. Rita wants
Can I
to-
go ahead?
All right,
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Police Chief Jim Heslop as interim city manager and allow him to work closely with the city attorney pending negotiation of his agreement and to initiate security measures for all accounts and equipment for that position.
Support.
we have a motion and a support. Any discussion?
Well,
Is that an appropriate
It wasn't on the agenda.
your,
city attorney? Is
you're-
that an appropriate
well,
measure?
under your charter, if there's a vacancy of a city manager, you have to appoint an interim.
Sure.
So,
But are there any issues with any particular appointment, I guess? I just would want to make sure of that.
now, just section 310, commission has to appoint or designate an acting city manager during the period of a vacancy in the office or during the absence of the city manager, and shall affix the compensation. Such acting manager shall, while that person is in office, have all the same responsibilities, duties, functions, and authority of the city manager.
We got the motion and the support.
Right.
Discussion? Did you want to have Chief Heslop speak at all, or?
It's up to him.
Is this something that you would be interested in?
In compensation, that could be discussed.
That's
later
not
date?
that's not for tonight.
Okay, all right. So have a motion and a support. Any other discussion?
It's roll call.
Yeah, I think Chief Heslop would be great as interim. He knows the city, obviously. He knows the staff, and I just trust him with getting us through this hard period.
Okay. Roll call vote?
Mr. Bryson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hendrick?
Yes.
Commissioner Helfrink?
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen?
Yes.
Commissioner Rohrig?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Mayor Vandenbosch?
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. The last thing we have to do is a motion to create a committee to start a process for the search of a new city manager, consisting of the interim city manager, 2 commission members, and a resident. All resumes and decisions of the board would be brought back to the whole commission for approval to avoid any concerns or issues that may arise during that process.
Support.
So,
I'm sorry, can you repeat the interim city manager, 2 city commissioners? Is that what you said?
interim city manager, 2 commission members, and a resident.
I assume Open Meetings Act
Yep.
compliant, so that means I'd be there too.
I would like to be one of those commissioners.
That's fine.
And if it would matter for me to be on it, I would give my spot to Commissioner Ross on the hiring committee.
Thanks.
It's not me. People got to pick
Okay.
2 commission members. Who wants to be it?
We take volunteers?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll still do it, but I was just saying if it
I'll do it.
was me and
What were-
someone else, I would.
You're not volunteering?
No, I'm just making the motion.
Oh.
You know, I just made the motion to create the committee.
Oh,
I
so
didn't
it's
say
for
I was-
support. Okay.
I didn't say I was gonna be on the committee. I just said there's 2 commission members. Everybody can decide who they wanna be on there.
Brian and Jake volunteered.
Okay.
We'll have to put out for 1 resident. Which will need to come back probably at the next meeting.
Do we have a second on this?
Yeah. You seconded it.
Yeah, yeah.
So who's gonna be on? Jake and Brian.
Okay. And then the third person, right?
And then a resident.
And a
Resident.
resident.
Okay. So we'll bring this back at the February 2nd meeting?
Mhm.
All right. And with no further discussion, roll call vote?
Commissioner Hendrick,
Yes.
Commissioner Hilfrink,
Yes.
Commissioner Clausen,
Yes.
Commissioner Rorik,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Mayor Vandembosch,
Yes.
Commissioner Bryson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Support.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.